Open up the meeting then. Supervisor Hernandez, are you with us? And if so, can you lead us in the pledge?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Peter. All right, let's go ahead and go with the presentations and recognition. So Supervisor Kozmicki is going to go ahead and deal with that.
Acknowledgement of certificate of posting.
Oh, I'm sorry, the certificate of posting. Sorry, Supervisor Kozmicki, my bad.
Do you want me to?
Okay, so yes, please.
I'll make a motion that we approve the certificate of posting.
Okay, and I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Thank you.
So we're here today to recognize Richard Place, who many of you know. Richard is a former supervisor who served in the late 90s, early 2000s. And the reason we're here, and first off, I want to thank Valerie Egland, local resident, passionate about the parks, as we all know, brought this to my attention that here we are all these years later, after the Anza Trail was developed in our county, and it's become this very rich cornerstone resource of our community. And I will say that one of the people, if not the person that is most responsible for that, is former Supervisor Richard Place. And so what we're doing today is recognizing Supervisor Place for those achievements that he brought forward for our community. And I've known Richard for quite a while, since I came to this community in the early 2000s, and I know how passionate Richard is, because most people might not know, but Richard served on the freelance editorial board with myself, and I see Jay Ead back there, and you wouldn't believe the feisty debates that we had among Richard and Marty and Jay and myself. So I know Richard knows the issues, and I know he cares about this community. But as far as the Anza Trail goes, Richard is really the person who set the stage for that, so to speak, and worked with private partners, got the approvals necessary to get that trail going many years ago. And to me, and it's in our district, Valerie and former Supervisor Botello, the Anza Trail has become not only a real gem for the district, but for the entire community. And Richard is to thank for that. And so I just want to say thank you, Richard. And I want to invite former Supervisor Botello, if you want to say a few words, and if Valerie may as well. But we're going to give Richard a proclamation here today.
Thank you, Supervisor Kozmicki. First, I want to thank our veterans. Veterans Day is coming up on Thursday, and for their sacrifice and service that has made our country absolutely the greatest in the world. And a few words about Richard and the Anza Trail. One of the things that people don't realize, the complexity of issues and problems, and the real tough work that goes into solving problems. And the Anza Trail was the old stage road, and the old stage road was becoming quite problematic as far as keeping it repaired, and there was a lot of problems for the private property owners along that road. They're poaching, dumping, just a lot of illegal activities. And Richard was able to do the politics, which was very difficult at the time, considering what was going on in the county. And he was able to overcome that and bring some recreation to San Juan Bautista District 2 in San Benito County, and now it's a destination for the Central Coast for people hiking, and it's absolutely phenomenal. If you haven't done that trail, I know our CEO jogs it up and down. It's amazing. That's how he keeps in such great shape.
Come on.
But Richard was persistent. He got partners to maintain the trail at little to no cost to the county, and everybody's pretty happy with it even to this day. And so I'll turn it over to Valerie to say a few words if she can. But thank you, Richard, and you deserve all this recognition.
Thank you very much. I want to extend my appreciation to Colin Kosmicki, Supervisor, for the generosity and the foresight to see the meaning of the Anza Trail to San Benito County and the instrumental work that Richard Place did when he was Supervisor of District 2. And he has been a mentor to the trail. He has kept the records. He has passed the records on. And he has just been an inspiration to everybody. So I'm so excited for him.
Hi, Richard Place here. I'm sorry my voice is a little, during that COVID thing, I didn't talk to anybody for a year, and then darn near lost my voice. It was tough going at that time. Yeah, I really appreciate this recognition. It's it's a no-no. Sorry, I had it on Do Not Disturb, but I must have, as some of us older people do, we just don't get it right, But I'd like to recognize some of the people that are volunteered and taking it. Jim Slesnik in San Juan, he was really instrumental in getting it all cleaned up. We got the Boy Scouts organized, and the San Juan Rotary adopted it, and he got a lot of help there. And so these people are the people that make a thing successful, not just passing's the easy part. You're going out and spending a day cleaning up people's messes, whatever, is really something. Simone Salinas was the supervisor in Monterey at that time, and he sponsored this on the Monterey side because the tail end of the trail is in the Monterey County. Of course, it goes all the way to Gonzales after the gate, but we had to close down that part. Valerie is unbelievable watching her, what she's doing, and she just keeps going ahead, and she's really been something to support the trail and many other trails and stuff she's doing here in the county. Of course, Anthony Badello, all the way through his supervisorial period, helped and assisted, and Jim West, Granite Rock, was a sponsoring party for Granite Rock, and Don Chapin has provided the toilet facilities constantly throughout the thing. So it really is a recognition of these people, not myself. So thank you very much, though. Appreciate it.
So on behalf of the county, I want to congratulate Richard and say thank you for your service to our community. All right.
Thank you. Do we have any others?
No other
Okay.
recognitions, Madam Chair.
So then, department head announcements then?
We do not have any announcements today.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a first in a while.
We'll bring it back to the board. If you notice, we switched around the agenda a little bit, and we are putting public comment after the board announcements, so that way, if anyone from the public needed to or felt the need to respond, the opportunity is there. I know at the last meeting, there was an issue where a speaker card was neglected for some reason, so we made sure we put the public comment after. So give us a moment, and we'll go to the supervisors, and then we'll come to the public. So Supervisor, any announcements? Would you like to start on Supervisor Kosmicki?
I'm just getting back set up if somebody else
Okay.
circles
So
back.
then we'll go to Supervisor Tiffany and then Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to suggest that we close our meeting today with a moment of silence. Former Supervisor Curtis Graves passed away recently, and he served the community for many, many years, and I'd like to close the meeting with a moment of silence in his honor. As far as some board announcements, just a few. Since our last meeting, we did have and all of us attended this with the exception of our new supervisor, but at our last, about a week and a half ago, we had a LAFCO joint session, which I think was very successful, a lot of good discussion. We had the city councils from both Hollister and San Juan Bautista, as well as the Board of Supervisors, and we had a presentation on what LAFCO is all about, discussing things like annexations and spheres influences. And anyway, it was a very good session, and I'd like to think the start of more collaboration between San Benito County and City of Hollister and San Juan Bautista going forward. Beyond that, just the usual mini meetings that we all are involved in. I know I won't get into them, but since we discuss ad hocs later, but I was involved in any number of other meetings, but that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be real quick. One thing that I want to highlight, and it's good to have Valerie here, is that the Anza Trail stakeholders held a meeting recently to get all of the players out at the table and to talk about issues about the Anza Trail. And I want to thank Valerie and Reach San Benito for that, and also just mention what I mentioned prior on social media was that what I thought was great news out of that meeting in particular was that the break-ins that were occurring at Anza Trail for quite a long time. We haven't had a break-in in quite a long time now. And this happened after working with Valerie and Reach, along with our RMA department and Michael Chambliss and the Sheriff's Office cooperation. And I pushed forward with my personal supervisor's fund to pay for the security cameras at Anza Trail. And so that's been a big success. We got to keep that going, keep the momentum going, but I just wanted to highlight that for the community and say thank you to all the volunteers out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to start off by congratulating Supervisor Dirks for her appointment, and I'm excited to work with her. So I really wanted to, I think as a board, I think it's our duty to make sure that we encourage good dialogue and supporting Ms. Dirks and the learning curve, because I know there's a lot to learn. The other couple announcements, I'll be brief, Madam Chair, is we have the Veterans Day Walk on November 11th coming up. I encourage every supervisor to attend to honor our soldiers, our veterans that have given up so much. And I agree with Supervisor Botello. We owe a lot, and our country is amazing, and it's because of these folks that served and willingly gave up their lives for us. And then the other announcement that I had is I had a meeting with the director for the AAA, Clay Kemp, and it was a really good conversation. We're basically talking about a local plan based off of the master plan for aging for seniors, and that's from the state. So we got to come up with our local plan, and that's going to be coming up pretty soon. So we have two big meetings coming up addressing that. One is the advisory council training, and then we have the December meeting, which I believe that's going to be the annual. It's going to be a really important meeting. So that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And I want to echo a few of the sentiments about welcoming Supervisor Dirks aboard. Thank you very much, Betsy. Also to the, just a reminder also about Veterans Day on November 11th, and then a few of the other things that I participated in, the other supervisors. So on that note, we'll go ahead and go to public comment. So do we have any speaker cards, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, if I may, Supervisor Betsy Dirks hasn't had an opportunity to announce out.
For the last 9 months, 5 months, we've kind of had a vacancy there, so I totally apologize, Ms. Betsy. Go ahead, Supervisor Dirks. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I'm honored to have been appointed by the governor to represent District 1. I've been in the county for 18 years. I lived in San Juan Bautista for a couple of years, and then after my husband and I got married, we moved to Hollister. I'm proud to be raising my family here. My husband has served in the community. He was an assistant principal at San Benito High School. He's been on the County Parks and Rec Board in the past. He's currently the principal at Christopher High School in Gilroy. My daughter is a proud freshman at San Benito High School, and my son is in the 5th grade at Spring Grove. I just want to thank them for the support they've given me the last couple of years. In addition to raising my family here, I've worked on a number of nonprofit boards in the community. Currently, I'm the president of the board for the Live Like Gino Foundation. We worked in conjunction with the city of Hollister to redo the outdoor basketball courts for McCarthy Park. And also, too, I've been serving on the strategic planning committee for Benito Link. And in the past, I served on the civil grand jury for San Benito County. So local government has always been really important to me, and I'm just really proud to be here. I want to thank each of the supervisors for welcoming me this week into this new position. I appreciate everyone's support and making sure that I'm successful to this new position, and I look forward to working with each of you in the future. I know you each work hard, and I'm anticipating committee assignments in the new year. So, and I want to thank Ray Espinoza, our CAO, for spending time with me this week and helping me prepare for today, and you as well, Barbara. I really appreciate the support the two of you have given me this week. It's made it possible for me to be here today. And I have been able to start meeting county staff, and for those of you I haven't met yet, I look forward to meeting with you and the different directors of the different agencies. Thank you to everyone who's reached out to me this week and and those of you who've supported me through the entire process. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate the support. Moving forward, I want the residents of District 1 to know that my door/phone is always open, and that I'm really excited to be here and to represent the county and District 1, and making sure that we're moving forward and setting policies where families can thrive. Thank you.
And I apologize for that. I'm sorry. Okay, so now we'll go to public comment. Sorry.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. And we'll start with Pat Lowe and then Reb Monaco.
Good morning. First, I would like to thank the board.
Thank you. Okay.
Broke it. Okay. There. Good morning. First, I would like to thank the board for going back to CalPARS Insurance. No one I have talked to is unhappy about this decision. But as Supervisor Monaco always said, the devil is in the details. I would like to bring you up to date on the retirees concerned about using a third-party vendor to reimburse retirees. As you know, retirees will have their retirement check debited for the difference between the minimum of $149 and the amount of their health insurance premium. The additional amount the county owes for health insurance will be returned to the retirees by the third-party vendor. As I'm sure you can understand, this has caused several questions. One, how long will I have to wait for each month for my reimbursement? Two, if someone has a true hardship and cannot wait for that reimbursement, can accommodations be made? Three,
what happens when the retiree's warrant does not cover the full amount of their health insurance premium? 4, what happens if I don't receive my reimbursement? And 5, can there be a designated person at the county that retirees can talk to about the problem? If all goes as it should, there should be only a few questions, and it should only be for a very short period of time. When I first learned about all these questions, I thought the answers would be easy. I would just look at the board contract with BCC. It should answer all these questions. I have been unable to find the contract on any of your agendas or the approval in your minutes. If someone could tell me where to find the contract on your agendas or minutes, I'm sure most of these questions can be answered. Thank you again for going back to CalPERS Insurance. Please consider a designated employee to answer retirees' questions, and please answer the questions I've asked today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reb Monaco, and then Sandy Jamark.
I'm a little shorter than Pat Lowe. I think I've broke the thing again. Where's the switch? Can't figure out okay. I always need help. Thank you. I thank the San Benito County Board of Supervisors for giving former Supervisor Pat Lowe and myself the opportunity to address you concerning issues that retirees have with respect to their medical insurance coverage. In addition to the topics covered by Supervisor Lowe, I would like to add that because of the confusing transition from CSAC medical insurance to PERS medical insurance that the board adopted and was presented to us in a confusing written form and presented in an equally confusing meeting held in these chambers on October 28th. There continues to be uncertainty among retirees with respect to the following. 1, some retirees are still having difficulty finding clear information with respect to which PERS plan will best meet their medical needs. When the county changed from PERS coverage to CSAC coverage, a long time ago now, the county provided assistance to retirees in person and on the county website. This is not happening now with the changes in coverage that are occurring. There seems to be a lack of willingness on the part of the county to assist these retirees. Instead, they are simply referred to BCC or PERS, which is a complicated issue. There is a real fear among some older retirees who were receiving full medical coverage at no cost until 2017 that they are not going to be able to afford medical insurance in the future. Some retirees already realize that their PERS retirement check will not be enough to cover the new premiums which they will be charged and then reimbursed under the current situation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sandy Jamark.
Good morning, board members and audience. My name is Sandy Patterson Jamark, and I'm here today on several issues. The first in open comment is regarding the 13 soldiers who were killed in Afghanistan. I don't believe that the flag was lowered to half staff or anything put out on the front lawn. So we couldn't remember them on Memorial Day because they were killed in August. So I'm going to read their names. Lance Corporal David Lee Espinosa, 20, of Rio Bravo, Texas. Sergeant Nicole Gee, 23, of Roseville, California. Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover, 31, of Salt Lake City, Utah. Staff Sergeant Ryan Noss, 23, of Knoxville, Tennessee. Lance Corporal Riley McCollum, 20, a Marine from Bondurant, Wyoming. Corporal Hunter Lopez, 22, of Indio, California. Lance Corporal Dylan R. Marola, 20, from Rancho Cucamonga, California. Lance Corporal Kareem Nikoi, 20, of Norco, California. Sergeant Joanny Rosario Picardo, 25, of Lawrence, Massachusetts. Corporal Humberto Sanchez, 22, of Longsport, Indiana. Corporal Dagan William Tyler Page, 23, from Omaha, Nebraska. Lance Corporal Jared Smits, 20, and Seaman Maxton Max Soviak, 22, of Ohio. We need to honor these. They gave their lives for this country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Norma Gutierrez.
Buenos días. Yo cuido a mi hijo de la de in-home support.
Good morning. I take care of my son through in-home supportive services.
Estoy aquí porque estoy pidiendo que el condado nos ponga aseguranza porque no tenemos aseguranza y estamos con esta pandemia. Necesitamos tener un seguro médico. Incluso yo tuve que dejar mi casa aquí en Hollister para irme a vivir a Santa Clara porque no tengo la aseguranza del cuidado en casa.
I'm here to ask the board today to provide health insurance for home care workers. It's something that is not offered to us. I even had to move actually from this county to work in Santa Clara County to be able to get health insurance.
Pero sigo viniendo para pedirles que por favor necesitamos aseguranza porque quiero regresar a mi casa. Tuve que rentar mi casa y quiero regresar. Yo estoy aquí ayudando a ellas. Estamos pidiendo aseguranza como por 8 años. Por favor, les pido que necesitamos aseguranza a todos los trabajadores. Aparte que es un trabajo muy difícil.
We've been fighting for this, for health insurance, for 8 years. She's saying that she actually had to move and rent a house over in Santa Clara, and she's still here supporting the workers in this county in their fight for health insurance. She would like to be able to return to her home one day, but right now, like she said, she's in Santa Clara renting another place. And
Gracias, les pido por favor que nos den aseguranza a los trabajadores.
Thank you, and we ask that you provide health insurance for workers.
Thank you.
Belén Martínez.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Belén y soy una orgullosa miembro de SEIU 2015. Yo he sido proveedora de mi hija por 34 años. Estoy hoy aquí con ustedes porque quiero pedirles que nos apoyen y nos den su voto para poder tener seguro médico y un aumento salarial.
Hi, good morning. My name is Belen, and I'm a proud member of SEIU 2015. I've been a provider for my daughter for 34 years, and I'm here today with you all because we want to ask that you support us and that you give us your vote in getting medical insurance and a wage increase.
Ya tenemos 2 años trabajando con nuestro contrato vencido.
We have 2 years working with our expired contract.
Necesitamos nuestro contrato nuevo y que sea justo para todos los proveedores.
We need a just contract for all providers.
Nosotros somos trabajadores esenciales. Nosotros hemos estado trabajando durante toda esta pandemia.
We are essential workers, and we have continued to work throughout this pandemic.
Esta pandemia nos ha enseñado y que es muy importante tener seguro médico para los proveedores de cuidado en casa.
This pandemic has showed us how important it is to have medical insurance for providers of in-home supportive services.
Necesitamos respeto. Nosotros como trabajadores de cuidado en casa también necesitamos salarios justos y salud médica. Gracias por su tiempo.
We deserve, as long-term caregivers, we deserve respect, just salaries, and medical insurance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rafaela González.
Good morning. My name is Rafaela, and I'm here to ask that you consider providing better benefits for us. Right now, we don't have health insurance, and I know my coworkers are saying the same thing, but we really feel strongly about having better benefits. Having health insurance is so important to all of us. So the cost of living in this area is really high, and we don't make enough money to survive. So please consider what we are asking of you, and that so many of our coworkers who are not able to be here need. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Julie Rocha.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Julie Rocha. I am also a member of SEIU 2015, an IHSS provider for my daughter. And I have shared my story before. I come this morning to express our need for health coverage, benefits, and for a livable wage. And real briefly, I'll share with you all, up until 3 years ago, I had health insurance. I had the days off when I needed them. I had those benefits. I had a full-time career, a bachelor's degree I hold. I'm working on my master's. And because of an act of negligence, a drunk driver rear-ended my 18-year-old daughter's vehicle, and she now lives with a traumatic brain injury. So what this has caused, this devastation has caused on our family, is life-changing. I now have to live with in-laws to be able to provide a roof over my children's head. I am providing the same amount of worth ethic and quality care that I would for a Fortune 500 client in the past to my daughter as a recipient. So what we ask when you are at the bargaining table and when you are reviewing the contract is that you consider that this could happen to anyone, being a home care provider. It could happen to anyone. It is a profession. We value what we do daily. It is hard work, and I need to be able to take care of myself because I can't imagine what would happen to my daughter if I was no longer here. I can't imagine with those type of wages who would provide quality care to my daughter. And we know how expensive it is to live here. And all we're asking for is health care benefits, a few days off when we need it. It is a tiring job, 24/7, and we're only compensated for maybe 7 or 8 hours out of those days. And again, I share this story because it could happen to anyone. A thriving 18-year-old rear-ended by a drunk driver. Half her body is paralyzed. And because of the work that I do, she gets quality care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elias Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors, and congratulations and welcome Supervisor Dirks. California Government Code 54954.3 B. 1. The legislative body of the local agency may adopt reasonable regulations to ensure that the intent of the subdivision A is carried out, including but not limited to regulations limiting the total amount of time allocated for the public testimony on particular issues. What the board has decided is that they've limited the time on all issues instead of abiding by the government code. AB 361, under California Government Code Section 54953. The act allows for meetings to occur via teleconferencing subject to certain requirements, particularly that the legislative body notices each teleconference location of each member that will be participating in the public meeting. Again, Supervisor Peter Hernandez fails to come forward in person to meet, but yet also fails to notice the public that he's not going to be here under California Government Code. How much time do I have? Although I do sympathize with the IHH, or the people here talking about needing health care. The SEIU spent $6.6 million on fighting against the recall to Gavin Newsom. I strongly urge that these members look to their SEIU to get benefits that they're asking for, specifically health benefits. California does not let anybody go without insurance, and they can also get insurance under California covered. So their president was arrested for fraud. They should be looking to their union, and I'm trying not to be sympathetic. I'm just trying to be very cautious about how the money is spent in San Benito County. Thank you.
Laura?
Hello. Okay, so it's very sad what has happened in the boardroom in the past months. Many of you board members have shown your true colors and your heart to the community that wants to support you, but unfortunately, we are not feeling supported as freedom-loving people and people of faith. Instead, we are being slandered and lied about. Satan would do all of these things, and he would have us all living in fear over a virus that now we know has 99-point-something survival rate. He would have us all divided, always divided. He would have us call what is evil good and what is good evil. And he would murder the unborn and trick you to think it's justified. He, Satan, would have us believe that CRT and teaching innocent children sexually exploitive and perverted behavior is a good thing in the name of equality. This father of lies would give us a bleeding heart for violent drug users and domestic abusers, murderers and pedophiles, making excuses for them, but lock up and throw away the key for those who want justice, fair and honest elections, law and order. Do you notice a trend or a likeness in the world we live in? Well, I do. And it becomes very obvious who some of you lift up. But as a Christian, all I can do is pray for my enemies, enemies that I did not make. They just chose to be mine because we have a difference of opinion. I think we need to realize that this is a battle between good and evil, and I think we need to pick a side. But just know that there are more of us who believe in God and our Savior than those of you who don't. And we walk by faith, not by sight, and we will not live in fear. God bless you all, and I pray for you and your families and your health.
Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and give your name and district, please. You've been unmuted.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jackie Morris Lopez, District 2, San Juan Bautista. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Place for his recognition with the beautiful De Anza Trail over in our neck of the woods. I'd also like to say I'm empathizing with the speakers that went before me that are in-home supportive services workers that provide an invaluable health services and attendee services for their loved ones. I believe they do deserve recognition despite the safety nets and other avenues that they may acquire health care. I think the county does need to step up and augment whatever help they can get. And I'm primarily speaking to the LAFCO board composition. I also sit on an urban growth boundary committee or ad hoc committee for the city of San Juan, as well as a planning commissioner for the city of San Juan. And it concerns me that the composition of this committee lacks fair representation or equity of San Juan Bautista, the city of San Juan Bautista. As it is composed currently, it is inclusive of only one member of our town, which is one of our city council members, Mr. Cesar Flores, where on the other hand, the representation seems quite lopsided, with the majority being from Hollister. As the chair, Supervisor Tiffany, alternate Supervisor Hernandez, uh, regular member Chair Gonzalez, City Mayor Hollister Ignacio Velasquez, and an alternate Hollister City Council Roland Resendez. So with that being said, and the important issues and work that LAFCO does do in our county, I am employing this board of.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and your district, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Chair Gonzalez and members of the board. Veronica Lizama, SEIU 521 Chapter President and resident of District 5. I wanted to start by congratulating and welcoming newly appointed Supervisor Dirks to the board. Also, on behalf of the SEIU Chapter Board and bargaining team, I wanted to extend my appreciation to the county for offering a fair and just contract to its employees during this bargaining cycle. And we also look forward to continuing our partnership to improve worker benefits and employee retention. And lastly, I wanted to thank our county employees for their hard work and dedication as we get through this pandemic together. Thank you for your time.
No
Thank
further
you.
comments.
Thank you. Okay, so we will go ahead and go to the first public hearing on the agenda. Item number 1, with the county library. So Nora, you're here? Yes. So we're going to open up the public hearing? Okay,
I was
yes.
going to present this if I could.
Oh, okay,
But Nora Conte from the library is available for any questions as well. Is that okay?
Sure,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
Before the board is one type of fee.
Your microphone, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Before the board today is a type of fee. Normally fees require a public hearing before adoption. This is a user fee. This resolution would impose a $500 fee for lost laptops, a $50 fee for lost power supplies and mobile Wi-Fi hotspots. That's going to be the actual amount that's charged to the county via contract if those items are lost. These items were provided, I believe, through a grant, and the board is asked today to impose this fee so that when these items are lent out to individuals, if they don't return them on time, that those fees can be charged, as the county will be responsible for those fees. So the board is asked to open a public hearing today and then adopt the resolution. Nora, you could expand if there's anything else that you'd like to add.
Well, this is, I don't have anything to add. It's quite straightforward. We're going to be able to lend laptops out to folks, and they'll be able to check them out for 2 weeks at a time, so.
Okay. So then let's go ahead and go to the public then, see if there's any comments.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. Elia Salinas?
Good morning. I do agree that there should be some type of a reimbursement for the county that's losing out, but I would like it to be explained. I know I should have said 2 weeks, but there's a lot of people out there that are indigent that cannot afford this, cannot afford the fine. So what is the process for them to reach out to try to get it back before a fine is incurred? Thank you.
No other comments.
Can you address that?
Yes.
Okay, thank
We're going
you.
to be checking them out for the bookmobile. So the bookmobile will be going out to parks and our family learning center as well, plus our regular bookmobile stops that we go out to. And folks can always give us a call as well. And we will work, with the public as we always do, because at times, there are extenuating circumstances for folks. So we work with our customers, they work with us in a cooperative spirit, understanding that it is a shared resource.
Right. Any questions from the supervisors? Okay. I think
I had a
it's,
question, Madam Chair.
go ahead Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, Nora, I just wanted to understand. I mean, it makes sense the fee, but I'm curious, like, how are you guys going to collect the fees? Would you do a deposit first, or take a credit card or something as a deposit? I mean, how would you? Because otherwise, I would imagine the collection of it requires some kind of a loss, like basically someone who's gonna, we're gonna use the tax collector to somehow do some kind of a lien, or how are we going to be able to make sure people are going to pay? I mean, we can say we're going to fine you, but whether we can actually collect, that's another question.
Well, folks will be able to check out for 2 weeks. What happens is if you have items that are not returned, you can't check out any more items. So that's a safeguard, right there. Our customers are pretty good about returning, items. They're very conscientious. We've not had a program like this before, so we're going to, be trying it out. So I'm stepping forward with this in a real positive, mode, recognizing that there is a digital divide that we have to overcome. So I'd like to, go ahead and do this. It's new for us, but I believe that our customers, just like we work with them and we work with them, they work with us on materials, and there's some materials that are pretty expensive. So I'm confident regarding that. Of course, there'll always be a situation where someone may not return the laptop. So we can always call folks and remind them as well.
And the process would not be through the treasurer tax collector. It'd probably be an action in small claims if it ever came to that, if they didn't return the money. And the county wanted to pursue those individuals.
Madam Chair, yeah, and I'm not opposed to this. I feel like it's our duty to do our due diligence and ensure that the process is actually feasible, because I would hate to do a collections process. I mean, and that sounds like to be one of the elements, because if we do that, then there's going to be cost and time and staff time. So to me, there's got to be a vetting process to make sure that if you're going to do a collection, that it's actually going to work. And I appreciate Nora's intentions. I just know on our end, we could end up spending a lot of money on trying to just even go after recovering $500, which at that point, it might even cost us more than that. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Well, I'm familiar with small claims, and it's only the cost to file the document. There's no attorneys involved. So going back to the supply of computers, how many are we talking about? And then if a member from the public wanted to rent one of these for 2 weeks, how would they go about that? Because I know you said that
they would sign an agreement.
Okay.
Stating that they were borrowing it and what were the fees and all that kind of thing. And we would go ahead, and keep it. And they would check it out, just like they would check out a book.
So the bookmobile would have a supply of computers on hand?
Yes.
Okay. If, say, for example, a resident wanted to purchase it, knew the bookmobile schedule, could they call the library and say, can you make sure there's one available, and then do it that way? Or
we've done that. I can see that there could be some flexibility there. Now, we can't make it the practice because, there are folks that will come specifically to the bookmobile. But sometimes, when, like, for example, if an individual is going on vacation and they say, oh, I checked these books out and I won't be back until this time. So they're calling us ahead of time. So they ask for an extension, so we extend it for them. So it is about working with your customers and trying to work with them to fill their needs.
And you do have a reputation of working with the customers, and so I have no doubt that you'll make it work. Okay. Well, I have no issue with this. Any other questions from the board? No? Okay, so then what is the will of the board then?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve resolution number 2021-138.
adopt the resolution.
Adopt the resolution, excuse me. Jeez, I still have a lot to learn.
Okay, so your motion was to adopt?
Yes,
Yes, okay, all right. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, so we have a 5-0. Congratulations, Nora.
Well, thank you so very much, Board, and this is a small step, but there's such a need out there that we're going to continue to take steps so that we'll be able to have significant amount of computers, and this is we're learning here. This is kind of new, so it's small, it's not huge, but we'll learn from it, and we'll make it a success. Thank you for your support on this resolution.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and go on to item number 2 at 9:51 on the clock.
Good morning, Board Chair. Item number 2 is a request by one of our CSAs to basically tax themselves so that they can afford a
Can you
gate.
adjust the mic?
Sorry. How's that? Better?
Better.
Basically tax themselves so that they can install a gate on their neighborhood. I'm going to turn you over to your CSA coordinator, Reed Sanders, who has all the specifics.
Morning, Board. Reed Sanders. So what you essentially, this item you have in front of you is a proposal for a supplemental levy against CSA 50.
Microphone.
Yeah, the mic needs to be on.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Fabulous. Okay, so good morning again. So what you have before you is an item to levy a supplemental fee against CSA 50 Dunville, as proffered by Resolution 2021 TAC 52 on May 25th of this year, authorizing such a fee. So simply put, this is an additional levy that slipped past as this preceded my date of hiring, so I wasn't aware of that when putting these levies together. It's simply correcting that deficit.
Okay. So, any questions from the board? Clarification? No? Okay, let's go ahead and go to the public then.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. No comments.
Okay. So can we wait for a couple of minutes for Supervisor Tiffany to return? I would like to include his perspective on the vote.
If I can elaborate for a second. This is a property-related fee. And so with property-related fees, there's a Prop 218 process that this already went through, and it was approved by the voters for this type of fee. Not only did they do, there was a majority protest process that it had to survive, and then it also had a vote of the people, which was the vote of the property owners, which was approved by a high majority of the property owners in the area.
So it's a self-imposed fee that they're accepting. Okay, so then what is the recommendation of the board then for item number 2?
Move to approve as recommended.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, 5-0. Congratulations, Reed. Okay, so item number 3, that is starting at 9:54 a.m.
Good morning. Item number 3 are proposed changes to the cannabis rules. We were set to bring them back at the previous meeting. I felt we needed a little bit more time just to get everything just right, so that's why we're meeting today. I'm going to turn it over to the Assistant Director, Robin Bolster-Grant, who's going to tell you all about this item.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Welcome and congratulations to our new Supervisor Dirks. So we're back before your board with a few additional changes, clarification as we have been directed. Earlier this year, the RMA was asked to develop draft ordinances to better allow for the development of the commercial cannabis industry presence in San Benito County. We have, by way of background, and particularly for our newer supervisor who has not been a part of these discussions, we have an ordinance that has been on the books since 2018, but to date, we have yet to have any issued use permits for cannabis businesses in the unincorporated county. To this end, the RMA presented a draft ordinance to the Planning Commission on July 21st to allow storefront retail cannabis, as well as a larger, more comprehensive package to address difficulty that we understood folks were having in their attempts to become fully permitted. And so we had a second set of ordinances that were before the Planning Commission. They had concerns about security, public safety, and so asked us to return after talking more, having discussions with Sheriff Taylor and Fire Marshal Bedolla. We came back in August. And at that point, the Planning Commission was prepared to approve the resolution recommending board adoption of the package. And the basis of that approval was really the Commission's understanding that they do retain the authority to review each cannabis permit application. All cannabis businesses, retail, manufacturing, cultivation, all require a conditional use permit in addition to other entitlements. So with the understanding that they retained, the Commission retains the discretion to deny or modify if they deem a business incompatible for whatever reason or inconsistent with the general plan, they went ahead and approved the resolution. The supervisors saw this September 28th for the first time, and considered the resolution, received public testimony, and there were additional concerns, again, having to do with public safety, security, and some other questions that we have been working on answering and clarifying. So that meeting was continued to October 26th, with direction for staff to consider the adequacy of existing setbacks, specifically when applied to outdoor cultivation, which I think has raised the most concern. Airport Safety District, we recommended allowing that as an additional district for cannabis businesses, and there was concern that there may be potential impacts to non-cannabis commercial businesses. The equity of the tax structure was discussed. While that is not in RMA's purview, we do have some information to address some of that discussion about taxes. We were asked to clarify how hoop structures can be used. Hoop structures are consistent with outdoor cultivation, but there was a conversation about whether they could use some covering to be used as mixed light, and I can get into those definitions if you'd like. So we made some changes there. And then again, the additional information regarding security, safety plans, and what that means. As Mike suggested, the meeting was continued to today to discuss further and give us more time to talk about this. I know that some of these feel like big changes, so as I have said many times, this is iterative. It's a new industry. These are new policies relative to everything else that we deal with, and so it is, in my experience, certainly in Santa Cruz County, a lot of back and forth while we work to get things right and to address folks' concerns. So to go back to the basis for these revisions, in general, the ineffectiveness potentially of our existing regulations to essentially nobody's been knocking down our door to get permits, and so we wanted to explore the ways that we were at RMA in the permitting process was responsible for some of that. The other issues that we've talked about, economic development, increasing our tax base opportunities, the comparative lack of competitive advantage when looking at surrounding counties, and again, the streamlined process that provides some incentives for industry growth, but always keeping in mind our core values of protecting our community and our environment. So the proposed amendments included eliminating a very cumbersome pre-application evaluation process and getting rid of the time limits, the windows within which folks can submit applications. Under these amendments, or part of these amendments, folks would be able to come in and apply for a conditional use permit and a business permit at any time, and we would process those concurrently. Right now, it's kind of almost a three-step process. We're proposing to remove the employee permit provision. We feel that that's duplicative with state law, and it doesn't really serve much of a purpose by itself. Things like making sure that your employees have the right to work in the United States, for instance, that's already on the books. Replacing the variance requirement with the exception process. We've talked about that. That has to do with setbacks. I can entertain more questions about that. The addition of distribution as an allowed cannabis business. Folks that grow or manufacture with this change would be able to distribute, meaning just take their products to another licensed facility without having to hire a third party. There are currently limits on all cannabis businesses, the number of permits. One of our proposals would revise that and remove that limit. As I've said before, we're not having any problem turning people away. So if that changes, then we can certainly entertain limits. And then allowing cannabis businesses in the airport safety district. And then finally, again, kind of the biggest issue for many folks is we're proposing to allow outdoor cultivation in areas where hemp is currently allowed. And I'll show maps that sort of show where those places are and where they're not. So the hemp exclusion zone already exists. This was drafted in conjunction with allowing industrial hemp. And this requires a 1 mile buffer from the cities, from CSAs, wine, hospitality sites, and then additional buffers from roads, and only in the AR or AP, basically our ag districts. So the exclusion zone, again, would be applied to outdoor cannabis. This is a map that's difficult to look at. Here's the sort of zoomed in portion. So this is all toward the northern part of the county. Again, if you can't grow hemp, you can't grow outdoor cannabis. So just because a lot of the problems that the county has experienced in the past with enforcement, a lot of that has to do with hemp. So just to clarify the difference between existing regulations for hemp versus outdoor cultivation. The hemp, there is no odor control, there is no security requirement, either locally or by the state, no fencing, no security guards, and very little inventory control. And the state, as far as I know, and Karen, I think I saw Karen here, can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not aware of any state inspectors coming to look at hemp. On the other hand, outdoor cannabis, mitigation may be required. It's challenging in an outdoor scenario, but there are some things that folks can do. Fencing, locked fencing, gates, access, security cameras, and I'll go through the laundry list of security requirements for outdoor cannabis cultivation. The state has a track and trace system, which literally you get a barcode from the time your little baby plant to the time it becomes, gummies or whatever, and through the whole system. And everybody who is licensed through the state has to have all of their manifests, shipping manifests, tracking where it came from, where it goes. And if you mess up and the inspectors are out there, believe me, you can lose your state license, and obviously you wouldn't have any ability to do business here from our perspective as well. And then multiple inspections, and I can go through that a little bit more. Why are we even entertaining outdoor cultivation? Well, because we have confidence that the restrictions in place, both on the state level and locally, can make sure that these sites operate in compliance with all of our regulations. We already have outdoor cultivation of hemp. Again, the odor is no different, but we have setback restrictions in addition to the exclusion areas, and we can talk about that a little bit more. But there's a much lower economic barrier to entry. We've been told that the climate conditions here are perfect for outdoor cultivation. I don't know anything about cultivating other than the regulatory side, so I can't speak to that, but there are those that can. So there is an attractiveness to coming here without having to build a greenhouse or pay exorbitant rents for existing greenhouses. Building new infrastructure like that has the potential to convert some of our prime ag. If somebody's doing outdoor cultivation, we don't have that issue with covering up grade 1 soils or otherwise altering the landforms. There is reduced energy consumption. I can provide data if anybody's interested, but the energy that it takes when you think of a greenhouse, artificial lighting and climate control are just huge. And those greenhouses turn over 5, 6, 8, 9 grow cycles in a year. So they're always humming, using natural light. And the water consumption, I've heard both. If you're using drip irrigation and you're monitoring it, the water use shouldn't be significantly different, and in many cases is less using the natural environment and not a greenhouse environment. And then there is maybe a lesser compelling reason, but there's a marketing advantage to growing outdoor in the ground. The state does not allow somebody to advertise their location, like wine, Napa Valley. You can't say San Benito grown unless you're outdoor and you're using the soil. So that does potentially give folks an advantage there. Again, the existing regulations and enforcement measures, the state has consolidated. It used to be 3 different agencies that ran the different licensing components. They've consolidated into DCC, which is the Department of Cannabis Control. They're much more effective now at consolidating their enforcement efforts, and we have heard, well, before I came here, I heard a lot about how many more inspections were being conducted, and that has increased. That's my understanding. They do background checks on the state level. Again, I talked about track and trace and the record keeping, and both the State Water Board and the Department of Fish and Wildlife have their own enforcement units within them. So all of this is in addition to what we would be doing in terms of our own enforcement. Other considerations, that the state allows individuals to grow up to 6 plants. It's just by way of comparison. There are no restrictions in terms of odor control. Your neighbor can grow for their own use, and in general, there's not a lot that you can do about it. The state also allows for up to 100 square feet of cannabis cultivation for qualified medical patients, you can, some of these things can be changed, and we could certainly talk about that, but just again, by way of comparison, we're talking about very strictly regulated commercial businesses as opposed to what folks are able to do outside of that regulatory scheme. And I think that this last piece I think is a little of a leftover, but just to make sure that the board understands that the proposed changes are not an all or nothing proposition. If you want to adopt some of them but not all of them, please consider that individually. Yeah, if there's something you don't like, feel free to give us more direction or just say no. So again, the last time we met, we talked about the setbacks again, specific to outdoor cultivation. Currently, it's 300 feet, and there was some concern that that wasn't enough. I'll show a slide that gives a little bit of a comparison in a minute, but what we're proposing is to increase that to 500 feet. And all of that, like I indicated before, is subject to Planning Commission. If a particular site, 500 feet, doesn't seem like that's enough for whatever reason, the Planning Commission does retain discretion to say either no or to condition it to be even more restrictive. So it's not, this isn't sort of, a one and done 500 feet. Sometimes that will make sense. Sometimes, because the parcels have to be large enough to accommodate some of these setbacks, it's likely, I think, that there won't be, we're not talking about urban residential development. There aren't likely going to be a whole bunch of dwellings in the vicinity. The Airport Safety District and the majority of the commercial nodes are located within that hemp exclusion area. So the concern about a conflict between outdoor cultivation and other types of non-cannabis businesses, they should be, for the most part, mutually exclusive because of the setbacks from city boundaries particularly. The tax rate, so again, this isn't in our purview, but what's on the books right now is it's a range instead of a flat fee. So it ranges from $3 to $17 a square foot. Currently, that has been set at $5, but that can be reduced with board resolution. That does not have to go back to the voters. If you wanted to change the structure from per square foot to a gross sales figure, and there are reasons to do that, but that would require going back to the voters for approval. And then the security issues, obviously, I've said this before, hemp and certainly illegal activity, surprisingly, are unregulated. The regulations for legal cannabis cultivation include over 21 separate security plan requirements, and I'll go over that a little bit more. This is a comparison. I just took counties. Cities, because they're urbanized, have different issues with setbacks, but these are all the counties, more or less in the vicinity, that allow outdoor cultivation. And you can see in some of this that there's a good deal of variability because it could be based on the zone district where the cultivation occurs. But Santa Cruz, for instance, it's 100-foot setback to residential use for anything other than, 100 feet if you're zoned for commercial agriculture, 400 feet in all other zone districts. Monterey County just reduced their setback to residential structures from 500 to 250. Sonoma, 300. San Luis Obispo, 300. They're measured a little bit differently. San Luis Obispo measured to the property line, so where the cultivation area is to the property line. Other jurisdictions like Santa Cruz and Sonoma measure to the actual structure, which could be on the far side of that property. And then Mendocino, 200 feet. Santa Barbara, and this is just for one of their agricultural zone districts, 1,500 feet. And so you can see kind of an interesting variety there. But 300 is within the range. 500, I think, would put us, a little bit more restrictive. So something to contemplate. This is just to show, see if you can see the yellow. So this is the Airport Safety District. Oops, sorry. And I think we talked about last time, the actual district boundaries extend almost a mile from the actual runway. You can see the different shade of yellow. Sorry about that. I don't know if I can. Sorry, I'm trying to use the little cursor thing, and I totally forgot which, if it's shift or enter, to highlight that. All right, I'm not going to try it again. Anyway, so that's, so it was our thinking that for businesses that are not outdoor cultivation. That mile buffer seems excessive to just outlaw any cannabis business in the airport safety district. So for outdoor, again, the concern was outdoor odor impacts could impact the future business park, for instance, that we know is slated to maybe be developed. So the next slide is the overlay, and you can barely see it. But that's the hemp exclusion area, and you can see just a tiny piece of that airport safety district at the very north. The rest of it would be excluded from outdoor cultivation. So let me know if that's not super clear, but that's just to show the overlay. And so you could have indoor cultivation, manufacturing, even retail potentially within that airport safety district, which includes like the Amazon Center and many other businesses are already within that yellow zone there. But the only cannabis businesses that would be allowed there would be indoor. If that was clear or not, feel free to ask questions, of course. Security requirements. This is just a portion of what is on the books now. So again, I said it before, hemp is not subject to any of these. All cannabis businesses are required to employ these. Alarm systems that are monitored, motion-sensitive lighting, security guards, surveillance cameras that, and panic buttons that go directly to the sheriff's dispatch. Again, sensors at all entry, exit points, and the security personnel, that the guards have to be on site 24 hours a day, and then contact information for all managers. What Sheriff Taylor really felt good about and wanted to see was when we receive a security plan as a part of a submittal, it goes right to his office. They have to review and approve it before folks can move forward. So they have to see the location of all of these elements and make sure that meets their requirements. And so again, that's not something they have available to them with hemp, but we definitely, none of this works without robust enforcement. And we know that, and we're on it. There's been discussion about, personnel, and if we get the bodies and we get the permits coming in the door, we would expect that there would be an ask for additional personnel for law enforcement. We still don't know how many folks are going to come in. It's, I think, important to remember that there are a lot of different factors that may be accounting for the lack of activity in our office. Market prices of cannabis have just plummeted. The continued federal prohibition means you can't get a bank account, you can't get insurance easily, you can't get conventional lending. You have to sort of piece together things to get the lending structure. People are doing it, businesses are doing it and doing it well, but all of those things could be playing a role. But the only thing that we can control is our ordinance, our process. And so all of this is really just to see if we make a few changes, does that change the equation at all? Just a couple more things. Every cannabis business that's operating in the legal market has to have 3 entitlements. They need a state license, they need a business permit, and then a conditional use permit. The license from the state and the cannabis business permit, those are annually renewable. And if somebody is out of compliance, we don't have to revoke, we just don't renew, and they're done. So, and then we already have a provision on the books that says that non-compliance with any of our requirements is subject to revoking the CUP, in addition to any fines or penalties that may be imposed. So we have some pretty, we've got teeth to our ordinance now, and the state backs us up with their own process. There has been concern and discussion about the impact of cannabis, again, particularly outdoor, on our existing ag community. And I just wanted to sort of point out So the state license is really the limiting factor here. State licenses are limited to, the most you can grow under a state license is 1 acre. And one entity gets one, and that's called a medium license. You can only get one under the current rules. Now that may change in a couple of years, but right now you get 1 acre. There are small licenses that allow you to grow up to 10,000 square feet of canopy. Now you can stack those and get more than one of those, but it takes a lot to, get to like 5 acres or something. You're talking, a dozen licenses or something, and that's not super common. So that limits how big these grow operations, if folks are interested, how big those can be. And cannabis is typically a small scale crop. We haven't seen, partly because of the state limitations and partly just the regulation, the security alone of having to watch over and have fencing around anything larger than a few acres. It's not something I've seen in our area, in Santa Cruz for sure. So it tends to supplement rather than replace existing agricultural uses. Typically, somebody who's growing cut flowers or even other berry crops will carve out, so to speak, a portion of their property for cannabis as a way to create some additional revenue, a bit of a higher value crop. But we're not seeing and haven't seen that statewide replacing existing agriculture. If that continues to be a concern moving forward, we could certainly talk about limiting and having caps on acreage or limiting the number of licenses per parcel. Again, I don't see that as a huge concern, but we can revisit that if it shows up as a concern. We can talk again. So with all of that, staff is recommending that your board receive and consider the Planning Commission resolution recommending adoption of Ordinance 1036, which amends chapters 7.02, 19.43, 25.07, 25.16, and 25.17 of the San Benito County Code relating to commercial cannabis regulations. We ask that you receive and consider further minor modifications to the ordinance concerning outdoor cannabis cultivation, including the increased setbacks and modifications to the hoop house piece, and that you adopt the proposed ordinance amendments to the cannabis regulations and direct staff to publish post-adoption summary of the ordinance and file the CEQA notice of exemption. Thank you so much. Questions?
Well, okay, so board, any questions for clarification for Robin? Supervisor?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, so I didn't hear about, I mean, I kind of, I guess in a high level way heard about the background, basically the process of addressing background through the state. So does this mean, Robin, are you recommending that we should not do what our local fire sheriffs say with having our own local background checks?
Supervisor, the background check requirement is part of that pre-evaluation process. We think that is duplicative of what the state requires. That doesn't mean we can't consider going through. There is a time lag. I don't know what it takes locally, but I know in Santa Cruz that process could take a couple months. So it's certainly something to consider. It just seemed to us that it was duplicative of an existing process the state puts people through.
You mean duplicative as in redundant, like repetitive, or it's actually not it's good enough, basically, the state's background process?
I think it is, Supervisor.
Yeah, okay. Well, just to be clear, because this is based off of the public testimony of even our fire department, and I don't remember if the sheriff had mentioned it but I know that that sentiment is out there. Well, actually, I should say, objectively speaking, that there's evidence that the state has done a background process, and we have caught locally what the state said. Basically, their process wasn't as stringent, obviously, because locally we caught a mistake from the state and addressed those concerns because we had a local background process. So it's a lot more of a thorough process when we have local control over our background process, is my point, and that's what I'm hearing from Sheriff and Fire.
Good.
Were you finished, Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, it was just to address that concern. So it sounds like, yeah, that Robin's recommending that we don't go through the local plan, but Sheriff and Fire, or I shouldn't speak for the Sheriff, but I know the Fire had mentioned that they don't agree.
Okay.
We can certainly add that as a requirement if that's the will of the board.
Okay. I had a question on the medium to small size. And so does an individual, are they limited on the amount of licenses that they can have? The reason I ask is I had the opportunity to go to 4 different sites, and that was a question that kept being raised, that you're right, we do have the best climate for growing outdoor. And I know in the community there's been discussions back and forth, and I'll wait until after public comment. But that was a question that was raised, is that 1 acre limit per license, is there a limit on the license that an individual could have or a business could possess?
There is currently, but I know that is proposed to change, and I'd have to check on the dates. I'm a little out of practice checking up on the state regulations, but the currently an entity or even somebody associated with an entity, a partner, is allowed 1 medium license to be issued in the state. The 10,000 square foot, there's no limitation. So as kooky as it sounds, I know of folks who have taken their application and just sort of copied and paste, and applied for 10 small licenses, giving them whatever that is, 2.5 acres. So there's no limit there. Does that make sense? So you can have
Yes.
1 medium, and the whole idea behind this was so that the state was concerned that corporations were going to come in and buy up all the land or lease all the land and have these giant cannabis farms. We haven't seen that probably because of the federal prohibition, but there has been a push to protect the small farmers, the local farmers, and I know we talked about protecting local farmers in general, but I think that the way the rules are structured, I think that's already achievable, given what we already have. I'm not sure if we want to go down the path of saying locals only or locals first. That becomes kind of cumbersome. And again, we don't know who is waiting to come in. We don't know if there is interest out there.
The interest is there.
Okay,
From my
all right.
conversation, there's at least 5 businesses that are ready to come in.
Okay.
The caveat is that limited to the 1 acre. And so you just explain that by going with the small and then having multiple licenses for the small.
So
But again,
you-
I'm not advocating anything. I'm just, they're
Understood.
questions that I had. And then I do really like the aspect, being on the tourism ad hoc. I really do like the idea that San Benito grown as a marketing ploy, in the ground. But as I said, there's one faction of the community that are just very much against us, and then the other part that is supportive of it. And so I really have to balance out the, the desires. But I'll go ahead if there's no other comments. Yes?
Madam Chair, if I might, given the fact that Supervisor Hernandez brought up the issue of background checks and referenced the sheriff, I thought maybe we might have Sheriff Eric Taylor, since he's here, maybe
Speak for himself, yes.
address
Mhm.
that, the local background check issue, and maybe while you're up there, Sheriff, if you might just touch on, the safety issues that I know we've spoken in regards to. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor, and welcome and congratulations to our Supervisor Dirks. So It should be on the screen.
It's on.
Well, I am a professional announcer in my segment, so let me just go ahead and try this here. So, welcome to our supervisor, Betsy Dirks. It's a pleasure to have you on the board, and thank you, Supervisor Tiffany, and to Supervisor Hernandez for asking these questions. So, as is a very long history of police coming in to bust up a fun party, we'll be the Debbie Downer here. So, I don't exactly share the optimism that everybody else shares, but like I've spoken with some of you and I've spoken here publicly, we're also going to be a team player in this. In the sheriff's office, I'm not going to be a thorn in the side of economic development. My only thing for me is that nobody's shown me the community that had a windfall of money from this. So I only say that because I will have an ask of staff. I think my ask will be reasonable. It's going to be, and we've had longer conversations about, well, if more come in and the money starts coming in, you can get more staff. I don't know that the money's going to come in, to be honest with you, but my ask is still going to be there. If this grows exponentially, I'm going to need more people to keep an eye on it. And what I've told you all, and I'll say it again, is that I'm never going to come to you with anything that I think is unreasonable, but I'm going to also be supportive of my staff for what they're asking for if it's reasonable. So I do think that we should have some type of local background check, just like the city of Hollister does. I refer a lot to the city of Hollister, a very amazing gentleman who recently retired from the Hollister Police Department, Lieutenant Dan Wynn. And Chris Wells did a fantastic job, along with Charlie Bedolla, to have a very nice, vetted system in the city of Hollister. And in consultation with them, they explained that it was being ahead of the curve that weeded out the bad actors. So they were right away able to find out who was going to play nice and who wasn't. The ones that stuck around have been fantastic. They're contributing, they're cooperative, they have a great relationship with the police department. The ones that weren't behaving very well aren't there anymore. So with that model is where I was thinking that I should have 2 people to mirror what the city did. They had 2 people assigned to their cannabis program at the beginning to make sure that it got off on the right foot. We've also had some conversations about what if cannabis doesn't come in? What happens? Well, I still need those 2 people. I'm not going to sit here and act like we're in dire straits in the sheriff's office because you've been really good to us. I have 5 deputy sheriffs in training right now. We're recruiting some more for open positions that we have. But if I'm going to really be able to commit to policing cannabis in South County in these 1,400 square miles, that's going to take people 2 hours away through rural areas, potentially, then I'm going to need to dedicate staff to only do that. I can't rely on them to respond to radio calls when they're in the middle of nowhere with no radio communication because they're checking on a cannabis operation. I do agree with what Supervisor Hernandez said and with what has been said by Charlie Bedolla and was also explained to me from the police department. The state background check, it's good, right? I mean, I think for me, what we need to understand is that there's a reason that this is so highly regulated, and there's a reason that there's 21 security measures that need to be put into place. If I'm opening a hot dog stand, I don't have that. But there's other highly regulated businesses in our community, tattoo parlors, liquor stores, bars. One of the most highly regulated is trying to go get your hair done. Not that I have any, but if I did, I would go there. So there's highly regulated things for a reason, and this is one of them. And as long as we stay on top of the regulations and we make sure that people are playing by the rules, then I think it could be a very successful program. And I want to be a partner in that. I do think that we can catch certain things on the local level that they may or may not catch on the state level. So we have access to arrest records that aren't really conviction records, but they're arrest records. And so potentially someone has had a history of getting arrested for something that either our district attorney hasn't filed on or they haven't been convicted of, but they've shown a pattern of activity. That's something that our office can point out that the state would never see. It does not have to be a 2-month process. It could be a very quick process, especially if I have staff dedicated to this program. It could be a process that takes days because we're not waiting for the fingerprint returns to come back. We're not waiting for sending out questionnaires to all over the state to find out what these people have done, because the state's already doing that. But I do think there has to be one more layer, very low level, very brief, checking our records management system, checking with our local partners, making sure that this person hasn't been a problem somewhere locally. So with that, I'm sorry if I'm a little long-winded, but my ask would be to have 2 people to start this program. If the program doesn't flourish, I could still then have 7-day-a-week coverage in South County, which I think is important. And if it does flourish, then we can cross that bridge when we come to it.
Thank you. Robin, given that, I imagine it wouldn't take much to add that extra layer of local.
No,
check.
if we're not talking about a live scan and we're talking about just providing you with the names of the principals and managers, is that?
Yeah, that's something that we can just run through our records management
Yeah.
system, make sure we don't have any local problems with these people, which by and large we won't. Then I think that it can make our staff and our neighbors feel a little bit better that we're at least looking. But yeah, it's the live scan returns that take so long when DOJ gets backed up. So if someone's already had to go get their fingerprints done, they already have a return from the state. There's no reason for us to make them go down to our jail and take their fingerprints again and put them all back to that same process all over again. That's, I think, unreasonable.
And just a follow-up to Robin, or maybe Ray or Joel. Can we today, if the majority so chooses, can we go forward with this with the caveat that we add this one additional component?
Absolutely. From my perspective, it's just a part of what we are forwarding to Sheriff and his team, along with the security plan. Here's the application that lists all of the folks that are associated with this business. If that's enough.
I honestly, I think that's very reasonable. So if we're going to get forwarded the security plan to look at and make sure that it checks out and that we have access and that it can work for us, we can just do the name check at that point. We don't have to add another level to it. But if we see something that's alarming, then we would report that back before the thing. And then the last thing that I forgot to mention that I've mentioned before, but I just want to say it again for the record, and it sounds like it does, but the program needs to have teeth that if somebody misbehaves, they lose it. And we've had local people here that were fined $1,000 a day. They were paying $30,000 a month like it was nothing and still operating in a legal business. And that is not fair to the deputy sheriffs. It's not fair to the people that live and work here and go to school here. It's just not okay to just turn a blind eye because we're paying fees. I think it needs to have some teeth that can be taken away if you break the rules.
And my understanding is there is teeth. Yeah.
Okay, this is
Thank
getting back and forth.
Madam Chair.
Hold on, Supervisor Hernandez. This is kind of going back and forth. We still need to go to the public. It will come back to the board. So stick around, please, because it sounds like Supervisor Hernandez might have additional questions.
Sounds good.
So let's go to the public. I anticipate many questions from the public.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi there, this is Rob Bernowski. I am the husband of the superintendent of North County Joint Union School District and principal of Spring Grove School. And my number one concern continues to be the odors that come from cannabis growing. And in fact, the last time I officially called Sheriff Taylor, or we officially called Sheriff Taylor, was with regards to just the obnoxious odor that we were picking up at Spring Grove School. I tend to go there daily as one of the handlers for the service dog there to either drop off or pick up that dog. But as far as quality of life goes, having these regulations and knowing who is supposed to be complying with them is extremely important to the quality of life for me, the quality of life for school children and the staff, and actually anybody in public. So I truly wish that you would take that into consideration. The odor issue is very real. And I don't know if the setbacks that they're using right now are appropriate. I would say that they're not. So I would ask you to question that. Thank you very much. This ends my comment.
In chambers, Sandy Jamark.
Good morning again. The farmers and ranchers should come first with the water. We're still in a drought, folks. You know, just because there's rain, it doesn't mean we're not out of the drought. It takes 6 gallons of water per plant, a cannabis plant, to produce 6 pounds. If the plant's smaller, it's 2 gallons. Where's that water going to come from? Is it coming from the blue valve, or is it coming from the aquifer? Where are you going to get this water from? There should be a moratorium on these permits coming in until we get more water and we get more, the sheriff's department up to per capita. You've got officers leaving, deputies leaving because of this mask and vaccine mandate. Be tested twice a week. Now he's having 5 in the academy. Come on, folks, use a little common sense here. Unless we get water, and people should come first, not some cannabis and you're going to get money from it. Thank you.
Alia Salinas.
Thank you. Since 2018, HDL, a corporation that was hired by San Benito County, brought this forth, and now we have Robin, who's done a better job, and HDL is actually being sued by counties and cities for the bad job that they've done because of what we actually find ourselves in. 67% of San Benito County voted yes for cannabis, and it's taken a long time for it to get into effect, and it just hasn't happened. The airport facility of the airport, only one cannabis company is not located within that 1 mile radius of the airport. All the cannabis companies for the city of Hollister are in the industrial park out there or within a mile radius. So I agree with the airport being admitted. With regards to employee backgrounds, here's what happened with the city of Hollister. The city of Hollister, just exactly like Sheriff Taylor said, they know the history of people. There's one particular person who's been arrested, but he was doing, what he was doing was legal. He was doing medical marijuana under the state law. The city of Hollister banned him because they have a personality conflict with this individual, and he's not allowed to have a business in the city of Hollister. So they also had one person that I recall that was arrested for 415 fighting in public when he was in his young 20s, and he was now in his 40s, and he got pulled out of his job at a cannabis company so that the law enforcement officers can come and talk to him and get more. That has nothing to do with illegal activity within the marijuana industry. It's just that I asked that the Sheriff's Department not do what the City of Hollister Police Department has done. And let's see. And again, I asked that we consider a high percentage of the tax revenue coming in to be allocated directly to the Sheriff's Department so that it does cover the cost of that. Thank you.
No further comments.
Okay. So then we'll bring it back to the board, and I know Supervisor Hernandez had a question. So Peter, we'll go to you first, and then we'll bring it back to the other supervisors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my question was actually around, and I appreciate Sheriff Taylor just giving excellent points. It's funny because it's literally what I was thinking about when it comes to the safety plan. I know that Robin has been mentioning a safety plan provided by the actual entity, the business itself, but I didn't hear that there was any kind of a plan, which is what I've been asking from the beginning, from the county side. I would love the sheriff to be able to speak to it, because basically, from my understanding, the city of Hollister did such an excellent job that they had basically their own plan on how to address it. It's not as simple as, like Sheriff Taylor mentioned with the hot dog vendor. There's other elements that need to be addressed when you going out, and whether it's an inspection or even making sure that all the codes and permitting are up to speed with addressing safety. So there's a lot of questions that I have, because ultimately I just don't hear Robin mentioning anything about a county plan and something to the effect of like the city of Hollister that had their own cannabis affairs manager. From what I'm gathering, it's kind of like spot checking where you have different entities doing different parts of this process, but there's not one person that oversees the whole, and that's what the city of Hollister were able to do successfully. So I'd like the sheriff to be able to explain what that would look like if he could, and I'd like to, yeah, I mean, and I don't know if Robin can answer, do we have a safety plan from the county side that actually has, you know, something similar like the city of Hollister?
Well, I came to welcome our new supervisor. I'm glad I stuck around for a little bit. So I believe that, you know, in talking with Robin, what the state's safety plan calls for in those areas that need to be addressed are adequate as long as we can see them and we can feel comfortable that they're being addressed, and that it falls into our plan that we have access. I mean, luckily, the Community Corrections Partnership recently funded an IT position for our office to be shared with the district attorney and probation. So we have a dedicated IT staff member. And so I would need to run those things by Ted to make sure that, you know, can we access the IP cameras? How do we do that? Do we have the bandwidth to do those things? Those are the type of things that I want to be able to go over with, which is already done by the state, for us to look at it, make sure that all those are checked off, make sure that we have access to it, that it's going to work for our staff, without making them reinvent a second plan that's already been covered by the state. And I think, honestly, the city of Hollister was so far ahead of everything when this went into place that they did have these things created in-house, which now, to be honest, a lot of places have adopted the Hollister model in the state based on the work that they did on the front side of it. I do real quick want to address the comments by Ms. Salinas that what we are looking for in the sheriff's office is a pattern of criminal activity that would be in relation to whether or not you can safely and legally run a cannabis operation. If you're arrested for fighting in public in 2012, that's irrelevant as far as the cannabis operation is concerned. We just want to make sure that there's no disqualifying information for the state guidelines that we hold locally that the state didn't see. It has nothing to do with personality, what you were doing that we morally agree or disagree with. It has to do with a pattern of criminal activity that would disqualify you to have that business. Hopefully that helps a little bit.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, yeah, if I can address Sheriff Taylor, if you don't mind. I apologize, I didn't clarify well enough. Yeah, I'm not asking to recreate the wheel, but something to the effect, and maybe that's what would be most successful. Obviously, you giving us guidance on that plan, but ultimately something where we have those tangibles. On my biggest emphasis is on the front end. You know, if we have to wait for cannabis to make money and then we start developing this process, or we start implementing this process where we figured out the camera system and all that, and the you know, like you mentioned with IT, then I think we're going to be behind the ball and we're going to have issues, and then we're going to basically be instead of being proactive, we're going to be reactive, and that's my worry. So I just want to make sure that we have a game plan to establish first. The training is worked through the process with having sheriff's deputies ready to go. So that way, once the permits are pulled and the business starts to implement itself, that we have the process of oversight beforehand, not after the fact. That was my main point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Made it clear to the board that I would be looking to have 2 staff members added to our office at the onset of this program, not down the road when this quote unquote funding comes in. I think that to add more staff to a marijuana enforcement team, we can have that discussion if and when the funding stream comes in, or if and when the program grows larger. But I do think it's my opinion that I'm trying to share with the community and with the board, that in order to be successful, we need to have these people hired, trained up. I'm not saying delay the program until then, but give authorization to hire 2 people so I can get people to training so they know what to look for, they know how to have oversight over this program, so that as we start rolling this out, we already have the staff in place to watch over it. I do know that I've spoken to some people that have a concern that we're going to allocate these positions and then the cannabis is not going to come. There's still going to be a need. It's going to take us some time to hire these positions anyway. It could be even be into the next fiscal year. But I can at least allocate staff today to start that process, knowing that those positions are coming. And for Supervisor Hernandez, I do think that it's my understanding and what I am okay with and what I've told RMA is that as long as we can review the plan as it comes in, as part of the step in the approval process and give our blessing, if you will, on the plan, then that's all we're looking for. We're not looking to add an extra step. Just review the security plan, check the names, and move forward. Just like we would for a parade or any other use permit.
Yeah, Robin, go ahead. I know you had wanted to respond previously.
Right. Well, so I understand, I think I understand the Hollister model. It's not dissimilar from some other cities that I've looked at. What we did in Santa Cruz County was have a very codified method for inspections that worked in a small county geographically with enough bodies. If we had the staff, then we would have quarterly inspections of sites. I'm hesitant to commit to that or codify that because we are so short-staffed, and because the county's so large. I mean, it could take you a day to go to the far southern end and back. So I am committed to reporting back on the status of all of our permittees once we have some, and if it's a small number. So in terms of a plan, that was the plan. That's a plan that I'm used to, is about reporting back on status. And after we have our initial sit down or reviewing plans, we can also talk about some sort of schedule for going back and looking at some of these sites. But it's such a different sort of geography than I'm used to. I'm again hesitant to put it into the code. I'm happy to come up with a draft plan that is a regulation that is our practice and not codified, about our reconnecting and seeing how folks are doing, because it's not necessarily no news is good news. With all of the other, with the state actors and all of that, I'm very confident that we have coverage. But in terms of a plan that is super specific about going back and checking up, I'm not clear that we have the bandwidth to commit to that right now.
Okay, so let's
And just the last thing, I'm sorry, that I could just add. I just want everyone, especially the board, to know that the sheriff's office role in this is not to be or to throw a wrench in the works or to prevent anything. The way I see our role in all of this is to make this program successful, to have people come in here, open a successful business that can contribute to the community, that we can reduce any public safety concerns, but it's to make people successful, not to try to shut things down.
Okay.
Madam
So,
Chair.
Supervisor Dirks, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. I have a quick clarifying question, Sheriff Taylor, and thank you for earlier this week answering some of my questions surrounding this issue. You mentioned 2 staff. Is there a particular reason why you need 2 and not 1? I'm just curious for the sake.
So for one of the main reasons is for what we would call officer safety. When we're going to go out and do inspections, especially if it's down at the very southern end of our county or it's outside of cell phone coverage, radio coverage, I got to send 2. So if we have 2 working together that can bounce ideas off each other, that can learn together, that can, it's the same type of thing we do with our detective unit. We try to send 2 because you may miss something that I see. I can't really with confidence say that I would be comfortable taking 1 person, sending them out to a remote location with no coverage and no backup. So then in that case, that's going to be a drain on the resources from patrol because we're always going to have to send somebody with them. That's just the nature of our job.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay. Who would like to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a follow-up question. Robin, maybe you can address the water issue that came up, because I know within the ordinance there's a 1-to-1 offset. Thank you.
That is correct. Thank you. Yeah, it's an onerous requirement for some, but this is already in the existing cultivation regs that we have. For any water use that is not existing, there's a 1-to-1 offset requirement, which means that folks have to find a way. We're not the only county that has this, but it means no net increase in water use. So the mitigation measures could be anything from setting up something, hopefully with the water district, to create a banking system where they can use that for infrastructure. But right now it would be taking land that is being irrigated and having it lay fallow and not irrigate that, or find some other collection cistern, something that replaces the water that you're using that wasn't used historically. So again, the impact would be no net increase over historical water use for any cannabis site.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I okay on comments? I don't have questions.
We're commenting right now.
Okay.
So.
So I support the sheriff's recommendation on adding the local background checks. I have no problem with that. It seems like it makes sense, logical. So I appreciate that. I also agree that we need to have teeth to this to root out the bad players permanently. I kind of take a one strike and you're out mentality on this. As far as additional staff, I am a supporter of increasing our sheriff's resources. I think to be on the prudent side, though, I would probably prefer maybe one staff member initially, and then seeing how this goes. My only concern is that if this flops as a revenue generator, then, you know, we're 300 grand in the hole from year to year. As far as my math goes, I would be fine adding that second staff member. I just want to be somewhat cautious because of our history with cannabis and the fact that we've had zero players to this point. So if we have zero going forward and we add those staff and they're specifically assigned to cannabis, that could be problematic. I'm sure they could be shifted over at some point, and I think over the long haul, I'm basically fine with it. But I just want to be also mindful of being somewhat prudent with that approach if they are specifically assigned just to cannabis, because we don't know how rare those calls may be out in the country and whatnot. The current rules as they stand, Supervisor Tiffany and I were on the ad hoc committee. It was a good process. The staff was really thoughtful. I really appreciate everything that went into this. But the current rules, as I think we've talked about, are simply prohibitive and have sent the message that the county really isn't interested in this industry. And now we're opening the door, potentially, if we approve this today, for opportunities for local landowners, farmers, job creation, and the economy as a whole. And let's not forget, cannabis is a crop. So I know there's been talk about maybe saving water for, quote, farmers, but as far as I'm concerned, cannabis growers are farmers. It's a legal product. It's a legal crop. But we do have to take into consideration, and we have with this ordinance, I think it's really vetted out well, the odor issues, the security issues that come with this issue, with this area. And the setbacks in particular. I personally saw that 300-foot setback and requested the additional setback. So we are taking those extra steps to put together a good ordinance here. I don't think we can sit up here and say that we're pro-economic development, pro-property rights, and then pick and choose which industries and crops we're going to allow in our county. As far as the tax question goes, lastly, I think, because of the way the market is now and because we're trying to welcome people into our county from this industry, we probably do want to keep it on the low end of that $3 to $17 per square foot. And I will add that we have talked about down the line potentially switching to a tax generation model that is revenue based as opposed to square footage based, because there would be more certainty in that for the growers. And so the square footage, if there's a really bad year, a really bad crop, that could really be an issue for them. So in the meantime, though, I appreciate it, and I'm going to support this today. Thank you.
Okay. Going into this, I had mixed feelings. I've heard some of the concerns that were made in terms of the odor and the neighbors, and that was a biggie for me. I watched the the debacle of the hemp industry going back the later part of 2020. And I just want to make sure as new supervisors, we don't create another issue. So is there anything in place that would address the odor issue if the neighbors had concerns? Like one of the speakers had questioned. I know we're looking at setbacks and we increase the amounts of setbacks, but what if we had a grower who became problematic for the entire community? Now, I teach the GED at the high school, and before the COVID shutdown, we could literally smell. I would teach at night, you know, and I could smell the hemp field that was growing there in the area, and it is a strong smell. I can't imagine living next to that if that's a smell that you don't particularly care for. Some people appreciate it, some people don't. I'm not trying to judge. I'm just saying, do we have anything in place that addresses that if the odor becomes problematic?
Well, a couple things. First of all of these applications require a public hearing. So all of the folks within 300 feet will be receiving notices that somebody's coming in with an application to grow cannabis. Okay. So they certainly have the opportunity to weigh in, and the Planning Commission, of course, at that point takes all of that into consideration. There is little to no truly effective mitigation. There are measures, and I've seen in other counties, and some of them worked off and on, planting lavender or cilantro or something else to sort of mask the smell, but you can't really truly get rid of it in an outdoor setting. If it does create a public nuisance, we could certainly, at the renewal stage, we could potentially increase setbacks or say, this just isn't working here. It's tougher to do after the fact if they're not doing something wrong, right. But you can't, a nuisance is a nuisance, and if it rises to that level, we could certainly revisit that at the renewal stage, potentially. But yeah, the effective
which
mitigation
could be 6-8 months of enduring the smell before there's any kind of resolve, potentially.
Well, right. I mean, understand that the smell peaks and wanes. I mean, it does. It smells when you get closer to harvest as the plants are maturing. So it doesn't smell the same throughout the year. There's like a peak of, I don't know, a few weeks or a month or something like that. But your point is well taken, and we have to look at that up front and make sure that everybody knows what's going on. And
that would be proper noticing from the Planning Commission when a applicant came forward. Okay, well, make sure we definitely advertise so that way the neighbors would know. I love the aspect about being able to do the marketing ploy of San Benito grown. That would just help so much. The taxation, right now it's at 5, and you said it would take a resolution from the county if we went ahead and reduced that down? Okay.
Correct.
All right. The water issue, I had a question, but you've addressed that. I thank you for the maps because I was kind of concerned as to where it would be. So if you can send us by email your presentation, because the maps aren't on mine, but I thank you. The other corner. I'm aware of the situation that Ms. Salinas brought up about the individual who wasn't able to continue their license, with the city, and I just want to make sure that we don't do that. But it sounds like, Sheriff Taylor, you have a plan to make sure that we don't make that same mistake. So I'm good with that. I like the idea of the local safety policy, so that there's something there that's going to take care of that. But I too agree with you. If there's somebody who is out there breaking the rules, I don't want to wait an entire year before that individual gets not allowed to renew their license. So I would love to have some sort of teeth, something in the policy that if we do have a bad actor, and I'm not talking about the smell, I'm just saying whatever the individual is doing, we don't have to wait until the following year when it's time to renew their license. But I don't know what that would look like. Okay. So on that note, what is the will of the board regarding this item?
Madam Chair, can I think, I still haven't been able to make a
Oh,
comment, and
I'm
I know
sorry.
Supervisor.
I
Dix-
thought we did.
No, I just
Sorry.
asked some questions,
Okay.
but maybe go.
I had some final comments too, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to say that I hear the speaker's comment about the odor. I actually talked to a resident who initially had complained about the hemp smell, but I think since the hemp exclusion zones have been put in, I just double checked with her. She said that the smell is almost non-existent, that if it is there, it's very minimal. And she's adjacent to Spring Grove School. So I did do some checking with some of the residents in my district who initially were really concerned about the smell. And all my other questions have really been answered through the presentation, Robin. Thank you. Thank you to the ad hoc committee for all of your hard work on this and making it very clear to me coming here in the last, 7-8 days to try to get up to speed on this. So I really do appreciate your time again, Sheriff Taylor, as well. So thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to quickly touch on the odor, I also, in my district, I've spoke to one of the winery owners that had significant issues with hemp in the beginning, and he has told me that they've had no issues at all since they created the exclusionary zones in terms of odor. The other thing I just want to mention in general is that, and I think this addresses the odor issue as well, if you talk to the farmers who do outdoor cultivation, and I spent quite a bit of time talking to a number of growers, Santa Cruz County and Monterey County, as well as hemp grower here in Samuel County. But these are, for the most part, a lot of them are young because of this burgeoning industry, but these are farmers, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, these are farmers, high-tech farmers in many cases, very bright. They have no interest in being a bad neighbor, a bad farmer with outdoor cultivation. Their interest is to be generally as far away as possible so that it's not a problem in terms of odor or other issues. I spoke to a farmer that was over in Santa Cruz County in Watsonville, and he was very proactive in talking to neighbors, and as well as a school that was quite a long ways away, but nevertheless very proactive. Their interest is to farm and to, just like any crop, they certainly don't want to call attention themselves, they want to be a good neighbor. And so I think that's what we need to understand. And that's not to say, just like any industry, there can be some bad actors, and obviously we need to give the means to the sheriff to deal with that if that does crop up, no pun intended. A couple other comments I will say is that as far as why outdoor, I was, again, speaking to farmers over in Monterey and Santa Cruz County. They have much more fog. They're really more conducive for growing indoor over there, whereas we that have really great weather, as all of us that live here know that, outdoor really takes advantage of Mother Nature. And having a greenhouse here in Samuel County is really kind of misses the point, takes away our advantage. So, I've been part of this economic development ad hoc. We're looking for opportunities, bringing in new revenue to the community, which we badly need. And I think this is an opportunity. And so I fully support it. With that being said, I would like, assuming the majority approves moving forward with this, I would like to also suggest that we direct staff to take a closer look at two things. One would be the taxing structure, and we talked about that a little bit today already. Right now, it's at $5 per square foot. Under the voter approval, we can be at $3 to $17 per square foot. In talking to some of the farmers and looking at what other counties doing, I think it might very well be that we want to push at least the outdoor cultivation down to maybe the $3 per square foot. And that's the low end that we can go, but I think maybe, I would suggest that we have staff take a closer look at that and come back with a recommendation for resolution on that. And then the other thing is, I know there's been discussion about being ahead of the game and bringing on potentially 2 additional deputy sheriffs. I would like to see county staff to work with the sheriff and come back with a plan for how we address that and bring on the resources. I agree with Supervisor Kuzmicki. I want to be careful that we don't spend all this money and then not have anyone come in. But I also agree with the sheriff that we need to be proactive and we don't want to be behind the game. So we need a plan for how we're going to approach that. And so I would like to suggest we give those 2 directions. But otherwise, I'm fully supportive of this. County staff has done a great job of pulling this together. We've gone through this fine-tooth comb, and I think it's a good plan going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Did I miss anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Peter.
So just my final comments, and it sounds like you guys are moving forward with supporting this. I would hope to encourage the board a little bit with the decision to consider some things. One is the way that the agenda, this item should be, is as an unfunded mandate, because basically what it sounds like is we're looking to spend money on something that we don't know if there's going to be cost recovery. And just even on that note, I'm very much about economic development, but the reality is we don't even have a structure on how to address oversight. And I know that we have the state process, but as a local process, I still haven't heard clarity on how that's going to happen. So, and I actually read through the HDL report from Monterey, and it basically mentioned the big focus of supporting the marijuana industry to outpace the black market, but that almost intently ignores the purpose of why, as Sheriff Taylor had made a really, really strong point on why the stringent regulatory environment exists. There's a reason for it. And to outpace the black market in itself almost puts us as venture capitalists trying to, and I'm speaking just from the making regular process. I know that we're obviously not establishing a cannabis business as a county, but we are setting the parameters on how they function. And if we don't have those parameters locked in, then we by default are putting ourselves in a really tough position financially. And I think we should clarify to the public if this actually became a loss to the county. I think the public should know that after a certain period of time, where the reporting should come back to say, yes, we lost money and it didn't pan out for us as a county. But one other thing that I wanted to mention is in reading that report, it mentioned the $1.5 million, basically a tax base for Monterey County, but it doesn't mention whether that's even considering the current saturation of the market, So if the market's oversaturated, then that figure basically is not as relevant, right? So even at $1.5 million, that's really not much of a revenue stream for the county. All that to be said is if you think about cost, we want to eliminate wasted efforts. Committing staff to put time into something with a process in place and trying to build something out as we're basically flying the plane again. We've already had that experience with hemp, and it was mentioned, what we did with the hemp process. We actually had to bring it back. And a perfect example was this big commitment and promise from Gilroy Gates. And there was a lot of effort for us to make it work for them and with them. And sure enough, we committed a lot of staff time and it all died. It all went away. So we lost money on that. And the public doesn't know that. So again, put some teeth into a process where you can figure out cost recovery and look at the margins and figure out the net difference. And then we can actually say that we're prudent in our process. Until we can actually say that, which I'm not hearing, I can't support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so since all of us had the opportunity to speak, what is the will of the board on item number 3?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we receive and consider Planning Commission resolution recommending adoption of ordinance number 1036, amending chapters 7.02, 19.43, 25.07, 25.16, and 25.17 of the Yosemite County Code relating to revision of commercial cannabis. 2, receive and consider further minor modifications to ordinance number 1036 concerning outdoor cannabis cultivation. 3, conduct a public hearing on the proposed ordinance amendments. Do we need to do that additionally? Okay. 4.
That's what this is.
Okay, adopt the proposed ordinance amendments to the commercial cannabis regulations. And lastly, 5, direct staff to publish post-adoption summary of ordinance and file CEQA notice of exemption. And separate from my motion, I would like to ask that we direct staff to look at the taxing and the plan for sheriff, but that's separate from my motion. Thank you.
So we have a first.
Second, can I request a friendly amendment?
Absolutely.
Add the part about the local background check if there is
Oh, yes,
support
I'm sorry.
for that.
I missed that.
As
Thank you.
stipulated by the sheriff.
Yep, thank you.
So we have a first and a second. We don't need any more clarification as to the extra. Okay, good. So then all in favor say aye.
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 If I could interrupt here. In terms of the local background check requirement, we don't have an ordinance prepared that has that provision in it, or essentially leaving, what we have is a draft that excludes the existing background check requirement as part of the pre-application process. So if we were to revise the ordinance, we'd have to add that back in before it was adopted. Or the alternative is that we could have a future amendment at a future meeting to add that back in. So we're not prepared to go forward with the ordinance that includes the friendly amendment that Supervisor Kosmicki has proposed and that Sheriff Thompson has acceded to. We'd need to essentially revise the draft for adoption, or in the alternative, at a future meeting, we can amend the amendment, as it were, to add that back in.
And that's what I was, yeah, that's what I was asking.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay, so then if we approved it as is, we would have to approve it with that future amendment to accommodate for the safety background, whatever it is that we're implementing.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
So, okay. So then with that,
So I would suggest that we restate the motion.
Madam Chair, I will make the motion that I won't read everything again, but
for staff recommendation.
per staff recommendations, that we move forward and that we today approve this, and that staff comes back with an amendment for us to approve regarding local background checks. Thank you. Is that
Second.
adequate?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Okay, so we have a 4-1 for that item. So we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break before we go into item number 4. So that would take us right to 11:30, just about. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, can we ask to clear the room and do a COVID?
Oh, yes.
security?
So I'm sorry, I'm going to ask the audience to please take your belongings and clear the room. When we resume, we'll let you know, and you can go ahead and enter.
I would suggest, Madam Chair, that the security just give authorization to let them come back in as soon as they
Okay,
do a
then it'll be
verification.
per the security
Yeah,
to allow us in. Okay.
security
So-
verification on vaccination.
Thank you.
Can I would like to, before we get to the local redistricting, I would like to raise an item, an urgency item that I would like to suggest that the board make a motion on. If I might, let me explain briefly. It came to our attention on Sunday, November 7th, that the statewide commission that is redistricting, of course, not just, they're redistricting the assembly district, the state senate district, but also the congressional districts for California. But it came to mine and other people's attention that unfortunately the state commission on their November 7th visualization, which is basically a precursor to the final maps, they had put San Benito County within what they called the Cupertino visualization, which would put us in with South Santa Clara County and parts of South San Jose, thereby the name Cupertino visualization, taking us out of the what they call the mid-coast visualization and effectively taking us out of our connection with Monterey County and most of Santa Cruz County as a congressional district. So, I mean, this is very concerning and alarming and for, I think, everyone here in our county. We have historically always been connected to Monterey County. In fact, we used to be part of Monterey County years ago. We've had a long association on many, many levels with the Central Coast, whether it be AMBAG to transportation issues to on and on housing, water, and suddenly be moved out of this congressional district and put in with a much larger populated and urban area where we would probably lose entirely our voice in Washington, at least from the congressional standpoint, is very concerning. We would also lose what, at least in my opinion, is our representation of an outstanding congressman, Jimmy Panetta. So anyway, this is very concerning. It is an urgent item because the State Commission is, as we speak, they are going through the final process, and they were taking comment yesterday, and they're going to be taking additional comment today, possibly tomorrow. But if we're going to react as a full board, which is what I'm recommending, we need to act immediately, and this cannot wait. And this did not come about until November 7th, which was Sunday. The last visualization prior to that, we were still within the mid-coast visualization, so this just changed. So with that all being said, I would like to, under that urgency item, make a motion that we as a board send a letter as a board to the State Commission and, making our great concern known and recommending that we be moved back into the Central Coast Visualization Congressional District.
If I could have the maker of the motion change that motion. First of all, we will add it to have the board take a vote about adding it to the agenda. You've already stated the findings that it came to the attention of the agency after the posting of the agenda. It can't wait until the next regularly scheduled meeting, so we need a 4/5 vote to add it to the agenda. And then we'll take public comment, and then the motion will be regarding the letter after the public comment on that.
Okay.
So
I'll be the second on that, and so we need to take public comment on the urgency item before.
no, you can add it to the agenda first.
Okay, so I will second to add it to the agenda.
Okay.
Can we go ahead and just go?
All
in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we have a 5-0, so we're okay.
Yes.
So now we can discuss it
Yes.
as we, okay, so you do your presentation,
Do we-
and,
Okay.
And we'll
Do we need to have a separate public comment? We don't.
You can
no, we
combine
put
them
all
if you
together,
want.
combine.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. Joe Paul Gonzalez, County Clerk, Auditor, and Recorder. I'm here today to present the redistricting item for the Board of Supervisors in this public hearing. Just wanted to bring up to the board that staff, Assistant Francisco Diaz and Ana Maquis de Castro, were very diligent in doing the public outreach. They went to most school districts, nonprofits. They just scoured the entire county of any organization that would listen to them to talk about this important item before you, redistricting of the County Board of Supervisors map. Today is the first meeting of which you will be seeing or discussing the visualizations of the maps that are being presented. There's four maps that Dr. Tilton will be talking about that are compliant with the redistricting law, and he will be discussing what other alternatives the board has if the board is not satisfied with any of these maps. And without further ado, Dr. Tilton is here to run the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be back. My apologies for not being here in the last public hearing. Unfortunate family matters occurred, clearly untimely, but it's good to be back, so thank you. And thanks to the staff for their understanding and sensitivity during that trial for us. So here we are. I kind of call it a birthday because it's the day you get to see maps. After all this work, we started this process in September. The planning actually started in July with the staff that have been great. We held a public hearing without the Board of Supervisors. The Fair Maps Act allows that, where staff or a consultant could facilitate one of the two public hearings before you have maps come before you, and that's what staff did. We did that on September 27th. In addition to a very robust outreach effort, we had what we called public town hall meetings, to where we shared the process of the redistricting, shared the tools that are available, and that was outstanding because it yielded 10 maps from the public. And we're going to talk about those in a second. Everything has been compressed, as you know, because of our current reality. One of the reasons why we're all wearing masks. COVID set us back a bit. The federal census were released August 12th. I don't know if you have recovered yet from celebrating on that particular day, but it was very celebratory. But that means nothing for us in California, because California will take that data and adjust it by looking at all the inmates in the California prison system and adjusting the numbers. So we had to take about 6 weeks for those adjustments to come out. They came out in the wee hours of September 21st. They were supposed to come out September 20th. Our organization, National Demographics Corporation, found some abnormalities, in fact, several abnormalities, and informed the statewide database. And then a new set of data were released on September 27th. So we have not been able to use real data until September 27th. And oh, by the way, we have a deadline of December 15th to get all this finished. So it's very, very compressed, but this great staff here, you should be proud of the staff, has been able to facilitate this process, a process that no one's really trained to do because it comes every 10 years. And it's not really in a job description because it comes every 10 years. So they've done an outstanding job. You had Dr. Levitt here last time. He facilitated the second, what we call pre-draft public hearing. And here we are today with what we call post-draft or draft map public hearing, one of two. Okay. There was a deadline to submit maps from the public on October 26th for today's public hearing. There is a deadline in about 6 hours and 18 minutes to submit draft maps for the next public hearing. So far, there's, based on my analysis while sitting in the audience, there's one map that's out there, but it's not going to be compliant, and I'll tell you why in a second. So we must follow federal laws, and when I talk about compliant, just about every time we find a non-compliant map, it's because there's not equal population in every district. For us, we can have about a 10% or less deviation with respect to that equal population number. So when you hear me talk about non-compliant maps, that's in fact all cases here of the non-compliant maps, they were not an equal population and to meet that 10% threshold. We must follow the Federal Voting Rights Act, and we can have no racial gerrymandering. And then we shift into the Fair Maps Act, the criteria for California counties. Our districts must be geographically contiguous to the extent practical, and a lot of reason why we did the outreach pieces. To the extent practical, we do not want to divide neighborhoods or what we call communities of interest. And the same would apply for cities and census-designated places. We'd like to have easily identifiable boundaries, and we all know, highways and major roads and canals and things like that are easily identifiable boundaries. And we want our districts to be compact. We do not want to have tentacles, these strange-looking tentacles going out from one district to another. That just begs for accusations, allegations of political gerrymandering. So we know that we shall not favor or discriminate against a political party in this process. If we're allowed to meet the federal laws and the Fair Maps Act, then we can look at that column on the right. But we have a challenge enough just to meet the federal laws and the Fair Maps Act. So with that September 27th data that were released, we found that we needed to have an ideal population per district at 12,867. The release from the 2020 census, you can see there's, and I don't know if I can use my arrow here, there is a 17.11 deviation. So we have to shore that up. And that's what this process is doing. Through this process, we asked folks in the county, what is your neighborhood? What are some of the geographic boundaries as we were doing the town halls and the previous public hearings? And what are some of the communities of interest? What are some of the areas that have shared social or economic interest? And I used to like to give the example like a homeowners association is a great example of a community of interest. And we know that communities of interest may not include relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates. So in addition, we had a variety of tools that were available, and folks were able to use those. So now I need to shift over to the maps. This is not the correct PowerPoint, by the way. Where's the maps and all that stuff, or the PowerPoint that was sent over?
Everything for this item's right here.
Okay. You don't have the PowerPoint that I sent over? Bear with us, we're going to do this, okay? So, I tell you what, let's just do process of elimination, and I don't know how to project it on the screen, but there were 12 maps in total. See, this is why I always carry my PowerPoint with me. If you gather around, you can see this. There are 12 maps. 10 came from the public. Our firm put together 2. And then of the 12, 8 were non-compliant. So we had 4 compliant. We're going to look at the 4. The 8 that were non-compliant, they weren't population balanced. Okay, so that just eliminates them right there. Okay.
Excuse 1 second. We're just going to go to the website where all the maps are online.
That's where I'm at right now, too. To the interactive maps. Yeah.
No, right to them. Okay.
Oh, the map. Oh, no.
Yeah.
I thought you meant the item.
Just go click on it.
Are they on here?
Yeah.
So, they're on the redistricting site?
Yes. Yeah. Right down. There. And then down. Map alternatives. Okay. Yeah, from there.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to get into a specific map?
No, if I can just click on it and I can talk to
Okay.
each one. Is that all right?
Yep.
Okay. So these maps I'm going to show you here. The first one, it says D75. Come on, open up. D75. Excuse me. D57698, and that reflects to that tool that was used. D is for District R. So the individual used that particular tool that was offered to the community to create that map. And this particular map has a 7.73 deviation, population balance deviation. So it's compliant. It also has 3 of the 5 districts that are majority minority in the citizen voting age population of Hispanics. Okay, 58%, 56%, and 56% respectively. Okay, we'll go to the next map. Oh, by the way, this particular map, is this 98 rather? This particular map pairs 2 supervisors in a district. Is this the one here? Okay. We're getting there, folks. All right, the next map is D71963. And this is a tight deviation, 2.45. It also has, 2 majority minority districts and with 75% and 62%. And then we have 2 other districts at 41%. And I'm talking about citizen voting age population, Hispanic. And then we're going to look at NDC, first map, NDC 1. The deviation on that was 6.85. It has 4 districts, majority minority, at 59%, 56%, 55%, and 53%. There are major changes. District 1 moves into Hollister, which now has, in this case, 3.25. Districts in its number. District 4 no longer has any Hollister population. As I mentioned, there are 4 citizen voting age majority districts. District 2 and District 4 have growing subdivisions and are both underpopulated to account for that. And then finally, NDC 2. And that has a 7.03 deviation. It has 3 minority districts, citizen voting age population, Hispanic rather, at 61, 60, and 59%. Each district is primarily the same as today. District 2 moves from South Hollister to West Hollister, becoming much more compact. And there's also a solid 3rd majority Latino citizen voting age population. District 5 and District 3 shift westward to offset that change, and District 1 and District 4 split the former District 2 southern arm. All districts still have parts of Hollister. Districts with growth areas are underpopulated, as I'd mentioned on the previous one. Rural borders are city place boundaries, highways, railroads, and power lines. Now, you have 4 draft maps before you. At this particular point, first of all, I want to say it's great that we have public maps under consideration. And throughout our entire process, we always state, because we're trying to get as much involvement as possible, we always state we'd love it if a member of the community had a map chosen, that it's not a slam dunk for NDC maps to be chosen. So please think of that as you're looking at these maps. We have very thick skin at NDC, and generally we make our maps after all the public maps are submitted. And the intention of today is also, in addition to listening to public comment as part of the public hearing, is for you to give direction to staff and myself as to what do you want to see in the next public hearing. Do you want to see any changes to any of these maps? Do you like a particular map or maps that you want to be brought back? I have to remind you, there is still 6 hours and 8 minutes for folks to submit maps. And so you might have other maps as well at your next public hearing to consider. But at this point, it's like, which map do you favor? Or maps do you favor? I should say, it doesn't have to be singular, it could be plural. But I'll entertain any questions you have before you open it to the public.
Well, I'm sure you're going to get a lot of comments from up here. When I look at these 4 maps, at least 3 out of the 4 have really significant changes to our existing districts. And there's several that don't include, I know there's one that I'm in Supervisor Dirks's district, and I think she's in my district. So, I mean, there's obviously a concern about trying to get some continuity with representation. All 4 of us were just recently elected or appointed, and it doesn't seem to make sense to suddenly change the districts and then we're not within our district. But I know, I'm just curious why, as far as the ones that you did as a demographer, I know one creates, this huge rural area, for example. My district essentially covers 3/4 of the county geographically, maybe more. Takes in all of North County. So I'm curious whether there was, a real effort, it seems like a real effort to create one rural area, and then what that did is it forced really 3 of the 5 districts then became really much more city districts, City of Hollister districts. I think all of the districts, or several of the maps made dramatic changes to Supervisor Kosmicki's area, as well as at the same time affecting Supervisor Gonzalez's district. From what I could see, the one district, the one map that was the closest to our existing districts was actually one of the public ones, and that was 71963. It's relatively close to the current districts, and so that begs the question. I'm just curious why there wasn't an effort on the part of the demographers to come up with a map that was relatively close to our current districts. Because I think for the most part they seem to work. So
Yeah,
that's
so-
a general question.
Okay, yeah. So first of all, to come up with a map that's relatively close to your current district, you're 17% off on your deviation. And with this county where there's a lot of rural, and there's only so much population to, that's a dance that has to be played. One other point is, when you're looking at these maps that start with the letter D, you kind of have to disregard the district numbers. It's just how that tool works. It's the first color becomes District 1. Hopefully that doesn't confuse you. It has in the past with folks. I know the NDC's maps are trying to represent the current district numbers. In addition, so kind of back to the point where appointed or elected recently, no board member loses their seat. They still fill out their term. So that should not be a concern. You were voted in or appointed in for a term and you finish that term.
So just a follow-up, but given that, and I'm not sure hopefully we won't get to that point with the map, but we fill out our term, but are we filling out our term to a new area? How does that work?
Yeah, so you fill out your term that you're under your current, that you were appointed, or the 2010 map. So that's your area. And then based on whatever district you might live in, following the 2020 map, that's what would be your new area. Yeah.
I had the same concerns when I looked at the various maps, and I'm like, wow. And again, the 71963 is the one that probably looks more closest to what we currently have. Yeah, when I looked at the NDC 1 and NDC 2, it just didn't make sense to me at all.
Okay.
And I figured if we're paying for your services, we need to get our money's worth. Just putting that out there. It just seems like it just wasn't a wise investment of our time. I understand the logistics and having to have this because of the census and the count and where people live. I understand the balance it has to be, but it just, I share the concern that what Supervisor Tiffany just mentioned. So you said there's a deadline, and that's in 6 hours. So does that mean you are bringing us another map to look at, or are we just looking at these 4 and making a decision on these 4?
You know, it's sort of a yes and no answer, because like I said, I looked at what was currently on that District R, they call it gallery, and there's no way that particular draft map's going to be compliant. It's like 28% deviation on the population balance. So the reality is, again, I don't want to promise something that cannot be delivered, is that in all likelihood, there's not going to be another map, a new map coming to you, that you have 4 here to provide staff and me direction. What would you like to do? You can throw out all 4 and say, go back to the drawing board. You could say, bring back just 1 map to our final public hearing. It allows us and the public to chew on that map for the next 2 weeks. 2 maps, et cetera. Or you bring back all 4.
Let's hear from the other supervisors. Just, you know, I don't want to direct you until everybody else has had a chance to speak. And then we haven't gone to public comment either. But
Or does Betsy?
Betsy did.
Same here.
Okay, so then let's go to the public, only because I kind of want to go by the letter of the law, and you said we have 6 hours and we won't see another map. So redrafting one just doesn't seem feasible, but let's hear from the public.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Sandy Jamark.
The only map that makes sense is the last one. The other three, wow, because I can already tell you that
Mike, Madam Chair.
Yeah, hold on, was it you couldn't hear her?
Hello?
There we go.
Oh, sorry. The only map that makes sense is the last one. It's closest to what is already established. The other 3 you can throw out. They don't even make any sense, just looking at them. And I want to see more where the lines go streetwise. I live in the Fairview Mobile Manor. I'm in District 1 right now. It doesn't show where I'm at. So they're not very detailed. People are going to look at that, and that's the one that came from the people. So I think that the people should be speaking on this and not some company that doesn't even live here. So that's my comment. Like I said, the only one that makes any sense is the last one. Thank you.
And I know we're not supposed to respond to the public comment, but if you go to the webpage, the county website, and hit the interactive maps at the bottom, you will get the street delineations and so forth. But I agree with you, the map on the agenda, they're muddled and you can't see. But if you go to the interactive maps, that will help you out considerably. Okay.
Celeste Toledo Bocanegra.
I don't have much to say, but I really appreciate everyone's effort on the map, especially I don't know his name, the outsider. Thank you for all your work, because I can see this is very complicated. And overall, I think it'll just work out. I know some of us are a little confused as far as, I know the general public is confused until they actually pay attention or read actually look at it. But I know your positions as supervisors are probably feeling uneasy because you represent your district. But in the end, I think it's kind of like a refresher for the whole community. So I think it'll be for the best. So I'm kind of excited to see what the end result is, no matter what it is. I'm not going either way, so it's exciting.
Elia Salinas.
Thank you. Actually, the previous speaker was spot on. This is not about your personal opinion. This is not about being selfish and what district you are and what district you're not. This is about a professional who's being compensated for his experience and what the company does. Okay, and apparently some of you don't like what's come up, but it doesn't matter. It's based on the population and it's based on representation. So if John Smith can no longer represent District 7 and it's now going to be Jaime Gonzalez, then so be it. Because that is what the census is all about. This is not about anybody being seated in whatever district. I mean, we talked about being able to now go up to Santa Clara County. I don't want to get lost. San Benito County is a small rural community. We're going to get lost going up and being represented by, and Zoe Lofgren is a great congressperson. I'm not saying that she's not, but we don't have that personal contact with her, not just because she doesn't represent us, but because she caters to the larger population. So it's very, very important that we do continue to stay in the same congressional district we are now. And with regards to the redistricting hearing, we need to listen to the experts. Not whatever, if you don't like the fact that you're going to be taken out of your district, sorry. That's the population, that's how the population works. In 10 years from now, it's going to be different, and it may change and it may not change. But to say that you don't like the way the lines are now, because it's not the way it was, because you're used to it, I'm sorry. That's what progress is all about. That's what the population's all about, and that is why we want equal representation for all communities and all ethnics to be represented in the district that you're in. Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hello there, this is Robert Bernowski again. And again, great presentation. I just would like to encourage the supervisors not to go with the map that creates that massive district, where North County and South County is linked together, only because, look, even today you made a decision that has to do with agriculture and farming and ranching. And I would just hesitate to put such a large district that all of the supervisors don't have part of the agricultural base as part of their district, so that they are more or less forced to stay in tune with the agricultural heritage and base, economic base that we have in San Bernardino County. If you concentrate just one supervisor in it, the other 4 who get an equal vote, they may not be as informed if they don't have as many constituents as they have today in the agricultural, more rural area. Thank you very much for listening to me. That concludes my comment.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jim Gilio. I wanted to, I wasn't planning on calling in today, but I wanted to say that I really appreciate the supervisors' restraint and staying out of the process of redistricting, because without you guys doing that, there can be a real lack of trust in the districts and the lines that actually come out of the process. So great job on that. I think really now is the time for you guys to get involved. Looking at the 4 maps, hopefully we see some more maps in the next 6 hours and change. However, that massive rural district, I think, is going to be very problematic. As you'll know if you have been a rural supervisor, that the needs are pretty extreme, and I think it'd be very helpful to have every supervisor have a piece of the rural district as much as possible, so that when you're making these decisions that affect the land mass, not just the population mass of the city, that you can all have some investment in that and get feedback from all the different areas. If not, I think it'd be very difficult for one supervisor to represent all those folks and all their different needs throughout the county. And thank you very much for giving me the time, and I hope you have a great day and make a good decision. Thank you.
No other comments.
I would like to just express to the board that if there's a particular map that you that you like or is close to what you like, you know, we do have the ability to take that map and refine it in a way that better meets the communities of interest, in your opinion. Okay, so you're not actually locked into the specific map lines, because you do have the ability to direct us to say to come up with a map that's close to the one that was presented, but is, you know, it's just slightly different. There is one map. It was actually provided by the public, D71963, which closely resembles the current districts. It also coincidentally has each member of the board in their respective district. If that was, you know, one of the concerns of the board. So the other maps do not have all five members of the board in their respective districts. And that map, the board can direct that the changes be made to that specific map, if the board desires changes and you agree to those changes, and that they could be presented at the next the meeting of the 23rd for review and for adoption.
I think where we're looking at right now, and I don't know if any of us up here are sitting up here and making self-serving comments, you know, the comment that was made, I think it's more, we were elected by our constituents who we have a community of interest relationship with already. And if the boundaries are so stretched out that I or any other supervisor is put in an area that they don't represent, we don't know what the other mindset of the other districts. At least that's where I'm coming from. I can't speak for anyone else, but that's where I'm coming from. And I like that comment back there by the other the other member of the public who said it was interesting, because when I looked at four of them, I said, well, it's in the hands of God. It's like whatever happens, happens, you know? And so I agree with that too. And when I mentioned that to Ray, he says, well, you are 1/5 of that vote up there, but I'm not trying to control anything. I think we have too many options right now on the table for us to really do anything. So I think let's hear from each of the supervisors what their preferences are, what they would like to see. I think in all reality, a new map coming from the public, we're not going to know and be able to get to within the time frame. And though that sounds nice, we really are stuck with the four that we have. And so we're going to have to make do with the best. And so that's my comment. But let's hear from everybody else, because we are going to have to direct staff today to do something with the maps that we have, I would think. Unless we have some sort of emergency.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
maybe it would simplify, and just a thought, if the board so desires, to eliminate NDC1 and D57698, because I do agree that the rule of representation needs to be consistent with, to a certain extent, the current district maps. I think that would simplify basically picking, or at least if there's subtle deviations from the other two, that those other two, basically, we can maybe hone in on how those maps can maybe a little bit altered. But, basically, I'm agreeing with you, Supervisor Gonzalez, is, the current rules basically, and the focus is population and supporting the balance, so supporting the balance of the populations, right? So we don't have too much of a deviation out of the 10%, or we shouldn't have out of the 10%, but then also continuity, which is basically what I'm hearing from most of the board members sharing their sentiment. So if we can do that for the sake of continuity, and then the other thing that I would, and this is strictly focused on the communities of interest, is and it is my district, but the park. So I'm only talking about the park. I believe that should be a part of that district. I'm not talking about population. I'm just talking about the park itself. But again, NDC1 and D57698, if we can take those off the table and then maybe talk about the other two. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
For NDC 1, did he say NDC 2? Peter? NDC 1?
NDC 1
Okay, hold on.
and D57698.
Okay, so I just want to see. So that's your preference, okay? Can I hear from,
Madam Chair?
yes.
Yeah, I think, I think we can really simplify this. D71963 is a really good map.
Mm-hmm.
What we're losing, I was very alarmed and concerned when I initially saw the maps, because I just assumed that NDC, you're kind of feeling a little bit of pressure to go the route of the demographer and maybe not knowing how the other board members felt. That I was concerned, not because of self-serving interests, but because of the dramatic changes. And in particular, when you look at District 2 and District 5, and now that one of those is my district, my main concern was the west side of Hollister. And to me, there's no more of a signature community of interest than the west side of Hollister and the VH part in particular. And so that was something that really jumped out to me. I was ready to roll up my sleeves and represent the west side the best I could. And I would do that enthusiastically and still would. But I also feel like by splitting that, by either blending it in with San Juan or Romas or splitting it in half would do a disservice to the community. But when I had conversations with staff and Joe Paul, I really appreciate the time Joe Paul took. I felt better about it, and hearing from other supervisors today, I feel a lot better about it as well. I was also initially concerned about, we just had a newly appointed supervisor in District 1, and I was, to be open, I was very concerned about the prospect of, her losing that opportunity to run again right off the bat. So she's heading into an election period already, I believe, and she would essentially be gone after a year and really wouldn't have a choice to run. So the NDC 1 and 2 to me just had flaws that I just wasn't going to be okay with. But when I was directed to D71963, it's a really clean map. The deviation is really small. I think it reflects the communities of interest in an appropriate way. And again, the incumbency is not the highest priority, but it does keep the current districts as close, I think, as we could probably get. Just as an example, half under the NDC 2 map, literally half of District 2 would change. And it's not about the incumbents or opportunities for myself or Supervisor Gonzalez having to switch. It's more about people elected somebody and then all of a sudden they don't even know who their representative is anymore, because you might say that we're still under the 2010 maps as far as representation, but the reality is not that. We would be representing, and we should represent, the people in our district, that current district makeup. So I would, if we changed it to District 2, San Juan Aromas, west side of Hollister, I can tell you right now that I would be out there going door to door and talking to those residents like tomorrow, well, not tomorrow, but the day after maybe we approve these maps, because that would be important to me, is to understand the needs of those residents. But I don't really have to go on. I had a lot more notes, but I just feel like D71963 is a good map. And I think I appreciate what our demographer mentioned about, the fact when you have a public map that really reassures the process. It shows that the public input on something that is essentially a public matter is vitally important. And so I'm on board with 71963. I have no issues with it. I would be willing to support putting that on the next agenda as the preferred map. Thank you.
So jumping in, and taking a look at this, and looking at all the stipulations of, what constitutes fair map, and this meets those requirements. It was important to me as I was looking at it, that we do keep the interest of different areas together, so that they have better representation. A couple of the speakers have mentioned that as well. I know currently within District 1, and looking at this map, that still includes those areas. I have areas that have been annexed from the county into the city, but I still have county roads leading up to those city roads. And so I think it's important to keep all that together. And with this map, that that's there. So looking at it from a District 1 point of view, I think that that's important. And so to Supervisor Kosmicki's points as well, keeping those kind of areas together seems to be something that is important as well. So I appreciate that. Since this was a public map, I do want to ask though, just for transparency reasons from the demographer, I know it meets the criteria and requirements, but are there any other concerns we should be aware of or look at so that we can make recommendations?
No, there are no other concerns. And the issue with District R, that particular tool, folks could submit anonymously unless they put their name on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Where the other, like the paper map tools that we have for the public, we ask for their name and their contact information, only because if we have questions, we can get back to them. But if their map was selected, we tell them it's not going to be called the Johnson map. It's going to be map 101 or whatever, something like that. So yeah. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. So, all right. I don't know if it matters.
Yeah, as I said in the beginning, I think the 71963 it looks like, it's very close to what we currently have. I think it's the one that makes most sense. Just to follow up to what Supervisor Dirks just asked, I was going to kind of ask the same question. You said, Joe Paul, that you could tweak these maps a little bit before, but what I'm hearing is if we were to say this is our preferred map, which it seems like this is there any reason to go back and look at it and potentially tweak it to make it slightly better, or we just leave it alone? I'm just curious what your thoughts are about that.
Well, the map actually meets the communities of interest requirement. It has a very good standard deviation of population, so it's very tight. Unless you have a specific reason why that map is not good enough from a communities of interest standpoint, you probably have
Okay.
an adoptable
So the answer
map.
is no. I mean, it works, and then my last comment, it's more, I'm just curious, and maybe it's not worth the time going there because I don't think we're going to support them anyway. But to some of the public comments, the experts came up with these two maps, which are significantly different. And I'm just, why? I mean, is there something that drove them to, because you would think the natural thing would be to come up with a map that is similar to where you currently are and tweak it to get the population, and yet the demographers came up with two maps that are really different. So I'm just curious, why?
Yeah.
Sure. I cannot speak directly to the intent of the authorship of the NTC maps because I didn't draw them. They were drawn by NDC President Dr. Doug Johnson. Secondly, knowing him, he will sometimes draw the most radical maps, and then the jurisdiction, the governing board, will come back and say, make this adjustment. So as an example, sounds like you all like 693, okay? But the question came up, can we say we like 693, but we might want an adjustment? The answer is yes. 693 would come back to you November 23rd, and so would 693B, letter B. And that would be like some of the adaptations that you are requesting. So getting back to your question, there might be a map that Dr. Johnson creates. It's just a starting point. Let's see if it sticks, and what do you as a governing board listening to the public want to massage that and move lines here and there. But and as far as using the district lines, again, I cannot answer for him, but you're looking right out the gate, you're 17% plus on your deviation for your population balance. So, and with a generally rural county, it's kind of tough to do kinds of things like that unless it's Hollister.
Well, it does seem as though, and I know you can't speak for him, but just based on the looks of those maps, it appears that he had a goal of trying to make one rural district to maybe his thought was is that would be best because they all have similar interests, and that's the argument. Although I agree with some of the speakers that I'm not sure that's the best thing for our county. I don't think it is, but
I have to say, I toyed around with the District R. I didn't save any, so they weren't rejected. But it's like, how do we draw and still best represent the culture of the county? You know, north, south, east, west, because there's so much rural. And the same applies now to all 5 touch Hollister. You know, I mean, all these types of questions would come up, and it was a difficult choice. I mean, clearly I gave up because I didn't save any, but yeah.
okay. Those are my only.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Okay, go ahead, and then I will go to Supervisor Dirks.
Yes. So, and maybe to clarify, Supervisor Tiffany, yeah, it's funny because doing a little bit of homework on these maps too, one thing they came across very clear is the density of the population in the city of Hollister made it very hard, and with I would say completely agreeing with the concern that representation, right, the communities of interest. I know District 4 has obviously very different population than the city of Hollister. So that just even looking at the optics of it, it's really tough to not somehow each district dip into the city of Hollister somehow in order to compensate, right, to be able to get outside of that variance, that 10% variance. So that's kind of the big thing that stood out to me. But in general, again, and just to repeat a little bit, because Joe Paul had mentioned the making if there's a way to make it better. The question was, can we, so if the Board of Supervisors wants to support 1963, then the only request, like I mentioned, is it's not a population mention. It's just communities of interest. I really believe that park is a community of interest park for that district, for District 3. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Dirks?
Can I get clarification, Supervisor Hernandez? Is that the park by the high school that you're talking about?
Yes, Supervisor Dirks.
Okay, and currently it's not included. I think I can kind of see it here on this map. Is that your
Correct.
answer? Okay. So you would want to see another option? And that
Some
includes
kind of
that in your
basically,
district?
cut out that park and add it to District 3.
I just wanted that
I think
clarification
no, you're
from you. Thank you. And then I did want to bring up another concern too. I believe we all got an email. Are these district lines just for the supervisor district? There was someone that was concerned from a water district about lines. Do these lines affect, how many people and entities do these lines affect? And do we need to take that into consideration?
Wow, good question.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I appreciate that. I'm not sure about 71963, but I also think that, for me, that should be a secondary priority because that 71963 so closely resembles the current district layout that I can't imagine that it would, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't think that should be our overriding consideration, when we choose, because we're so limited with these maps now. If there's a way to, I don't think, and as far as the park thing goes, to me, honestly, I'll be frank, it really doesn't matter whether the park's in my district or not.
Non-issue.
So I'd be fine changing that to appease Supervisor Hernandez. Thank you.
To address Supervisor Dirk's question, the supervisor maps that you will be adopting only affects the Board of Supervisors boundaries. Yes, the water district generally they basically adopt the supervisorial boundaries, whatever. But they're kind of in the same boat that we are. You're limited by you're limited by the maps that have been presented, and then tweaking those. I'm not so sure it's a good idea to tweak them with the purpose of providing, you know, a different objective, meeting a different objective for a different district or jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were taking into account everything that had been brought forth.
Okay, so it sounds like the consensus is to disregard the NDC 1, NDC 2, and the, I'm looking at just the last 3 digits of the other maps, the one that ends in 698, and focus on the 963, the 71963 map with potential tweaking here and there to make sure that it stays within the acceptable deviations.
Yeah, you might get a couple of maps based on Supervisor Hernandez's request, because the tweaking involves census blocks. The park is probably one single census block, so that's probably not going to impact this population, but I can't tell you right off the bat. So you might have a couple coming back to you as it relates to that particular request, okay?
Okay. And so we'll see those on November 23rd then? Okay.
And,
So-
Madam Chair.
He was going to clarify. Can you let him finish first?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, you'll
Yeah,
see
yeah,
those,
sorry.
especially if you're going to go by resolution, you'll see those 7 days before that board meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, it's more of a question and just for clarification and you know, basically the numbering of that map, you know, I think even just for the sake of not confusing the public, I think it would be good to keep the numbering of the districts the same as they are now. You know, obviously that doesn't change anything, but as far as population or anything, even the maps, I think it's important that you keep the districts the same number. The public knows where their district is, and if it changes, I think it might create a little bit of confusion. Just some thoughts and comments.
Be assured, we will do that.
Yeah, and he did tell us that it was just the color that was chosen as the person designed the map. So the numbers aren't.
Okay, thank you.
They don't correlate our actual districts. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so you have direction. Do we need to give you a motion of any sort?
Direction.
Okay, you're good with that? Okay.
Madam Chair, I just want to thank the staff, and I know our staff members worked really hard on this. It was an intensive public outreach effort, and I don't want to let that go unnoticed, so thank you.
Right, and I made a comment earlier, I didn't mean to, no disrespect, but when you look at it from the perspectives of what the professionals gave us versus what the community had submitted, it's just
Right.
like,
And no
apples and
disrespect,
oranges, yes.
and very thick skin. I'm a Central Valley boy. Plus, again, our whole, and it's not just maps that we do a lot more, but our whole intention is really to get that community involvement. And so I think we did a pretty good job here. Yeah.
okay, thank you.
So the one with the public map, he doesn't get a prize or anything like that?
Yeah. We don't know who did it.
Or she, yeah.
He or she?
It could be he or she.
Yeah, probably a woman. That's what my wife would say, I'm sure. Madam Chair, do we need,
Thank you very much.
We didn't need a motion
you.
or anything.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
Barbara,
you-
what,
as
as
far
far
as
as
that-
this other thing I raised?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yes, we do. So if you could delegate authority to the chair to sign, because I don't believe that there's a letter drafted yet.
Yeah.
Is there a letter
We
drafted?
have a letter
Yeah, a
drafted
draft.
Oh, okay.
with a
Then-
few
We have
edits
it.
on
I
it.
just had a quick glance to look at it. I don't think anyone else has had a chance to read this yet. Or I know they haven't, so.
If you could either approve it or you can move it to this afternoon, and if everyone wanted to have a copy of it and read it, and then you can approve it later this afternoon too.
Can we do that? That way
That's
everybody
fine.
has the opportunity to look at it. We
Yeah.
scan it, email it to everybody.
Yeah, you can just
Okay.
pass that portion of this item till later
Okay.
today.
Send it to
And,
the
and,
email.
and Madam Chair, if I might, I meant to say this, for anyone listening in the public, that would like to address this concern, you can go online and make comment yourself individually. I know, I've already done that personally, and I know many other people have, but I would encourage anyone, who's concerned with this to put in their own comments as well, online. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and email your board so you will have time during break time to look at it.
Thank
Did
you.
you, okay.
Okay. So then can we go ahead and go on to the regular agenda?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, item number 5 and item number 6 are going to be, they're going to take some time. What we would request your board is to hear item 7. We have a 12:45
Correct.
meeting with attorneys for closed sessions, so I think we can get item number 7 in timely to be able to achieve that. So if your board is okay with that, we'd like to move to item number 7.
Okay, so do we need to,
Is everyone okay with it?
is everyone okay with just moving going to
Okay.
item 7? Okay, I
Good
see
deal. So
some-
that's what we'll do. Thank you.
Okay,
We
so
have
item 7, thank you.
Mike Chambliss here our interim RMA director, to go ahead and present this item.
Thank you. This is just a brief item. I mentioned before during department head announcements at the previous meeting that we were all set to turn in the grant, and the state moved the goalposts. They moved the due date for the grant to January. And what that did was it moved the results of the grant application out to September of next year. And the plan we had that we were working on was we were going to apply in November, get the results in March, which gave us plenty of time to make decisions on what's in and what's out and get the plans done so we could get shovels in the ground in 2023. With the new state schedule, if we could stay on that plan and wait for the results of the grant before we decide what's in, what's out, and get working on the construction plans, we would not get shovels in the ground until spring of 2024. So we do have $3.5 million in the park impact fee that we can do some park with in 2023. And then depending on the results of the state grants, we could come back for another phase and do additional work. So what I'm here is requesting your direction, because if you're interested in getting shovels in the ground in 2023, my plan would be back here at the next meeting, and we discuss the features of the park and click the buttons on the screen and spend that $3.5 million so that we can get started with the contracts for the design firm and get rolling.
Okay, so let's go to public comment first. We'll bring it back to the board and see what the will of the board is.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
All right, supervisors, so it looks like we're to receive an update. However, you're telling us we need to direct you accordingly in order to meet that 2023 deadline?
Provide appropriate feedback.
Okay, so,
Madam Chair?
go ahead.
You know, I support using the remaining funds. I think this is our cornerstone park project, and it's going to cost a lot more than the dollars that we're talking about here, so we might as well get started now. I don't know if we need to set aside a small portion of it for miscellaneous park. You know, we just said the Sunnyside thing, but I'd be fine. I'd be fine going all in with the 3.5 personally. And you know, just as a reminder, when we made this agreement with Samuel High School, that was a big part of it. Was that we're going to get going on this now. And I would hopefully like to, you know, I haven't been out there recently, but just make sure that we have something where people can go and recreate ASAP, whether we have amenities or not. Thank you.
You are getting the parking lot and accessible access to the lower bench this spring coming up, but to get the actual park rolling, that's going to need some time to get the plans done.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say too that if you bring forward, you know, different parts of the park that we would do, and I'm sure you're going to take this into account, but just make sure that it is something that people are going to have access to, like some parts that we can actually start using earlier than 2024, if at all possible. So I'm sure that's your intention, but I just wanted to make sure.
Correct.
Well, now that you're a seated.
Madam Chair?
Yes, hold on. Now that you're a seated supervisor, you're going to help us with this design because that's what he's going to bring to us at the next meeting, so. Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll make my ask really quick. Yeah, and I appreciate Supervisor Kozmicki's comments. Yeah, I want to move forward. I don't want to lose momentum. I feel like we were developing momentum, and I know that I imagine there was going to be stumbling blocks along the way, but we just got to be able to deal with them. Bottom line is, I think we should focus on moving forward with phase 1 and phase 2. We haven't really had a conversation about the park impact fees, and so as far as what we're accruing, I would like maybe we can do an assessment by the end of 2023 and figure out what the park impact fees accumulate by then, and maybe we would have a little bit extra money at that point to keep moving forward. Bottom line is to keep that park a focus. I feel like we have to be able to commit dollars throughout the whole time, even if it means we spread it out and figure out how to make sure that momentum is still happening. Those are my comments, Madam Chairman.
Wasn't phase 2 going to be covered by the park impact fees? That was kind of my understanding.
I've played around with some phasing in anticipation of your calls, and I had to get it in already. So there is a plan that I will be bringing at the next meeting that does have phase 2 as the park impact fees.
Okay.
And then phase 3 and phase 4 are 2 separate state grants. And then there's also, the bathrooms are pulled out with the hopes that we can use ARPA money to fund the bathrooms. Because
Okay.
that's a considerable expense.
Thank you, Mike.
I really have no additional comments. I think we should move forward as well. I would be in agreement with that. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez, was that a comment that you're going to make? I didn't.
No, I just said thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you to Mike and for all the hard work. And I know that it's been, yeah, for him to be able to just keep moving forward and still stage it the way he has, even with the plan, with making sure that we have Board of Supervisor input on even the brochure that he created and public input. I think he's done a really good job. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So then you have the direction, or do we have to make a formal motion? We're good.
I'm good to go.
They call
Okay.
for it?
All right, so that's
Thank
number
you.
7.
Sorry, did you already call for public comment?
She said there wasn't any.
Okay, thank you.
You maybe had to think about that one there. Okay, so it looks like it's 12:40. I know it was
I think-
earlier than we had wanted to go, but it's a
I think
a
we
nice
should. I
breaking
think
point.
we should break because
Okay.
it's just going to be too long. We have a 12:45 appointment.
So we were looking at a 50-minute, so
Probably about 1:30.
1:30?
1:30 should work.
1:30? All right, so then we're going to go ahead and, do you want to go ahead and read the items for closed session? It'll be a working lunch. And for those in the audience, we'll be returning at 1:30. Okay, we're going to go to closed session.
29 is initiation of litigation, number of cases, 1, Government Code Section 54956.9, County Counsel Barbara Thompson and Deputy County Counsel Irma Valencia. 30 is closed session, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives, Danya Torres Wong, Michael McDougall, Ray Espinoza, Edgar Nolasco, Gabriel Oroso, Barbara Thompson, and Elvia Borosio. Employee organizations, institutions, association, law enforcement, management employees group, SEIU Local 521, General Sheriff's Association, Deputy Sheriff's Association, confidential employees, confidential management, appointed department heads, unrepresented, and SEIU Local 2015 under Government Code Section 54957.6.
Okay, do we have any public comment on either of these items?
To make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, thank you. So we'll resume at 1:30 then. Okay. Do we have anything to report out from closed session?
Yes, the board authorized the initiation of litigation against McKinsey and Company Incorporated by a 5-0 vote.
Okay. All right, so resuming the regular agenda, we're going to go back to item number 4. We had the letter that we had mentioned. A copy has been given to each of the supervisors. So what is the will of the board on this item itself? The letter.
Madam Chair, I read the letter. Just one comment I was going to make is that it makes reference in here to the congressional district visualization, Cupertino 1107. We might, at the end where we say we request them, moving us back into the Central Coast, counties or whatever, we might want to make reference to the, I think it's called the Mid-Coast, district visualization. But it also, they had us there at the 1102. So November 2nd, which was the visualization prior to November 7th, they had us right. So maybe we make reference to
to
move
that.
us back where you were with November 2nd.
The unexplained change, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay.
that was my only comment.
Can we make that correction then?
And yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's a couple of small little typos that we'll clean up as well. Thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki, on that. And we'll move that forward. We'll get that out timely. We have to do that right now, so we'll work on
Okay.
that.
All
Any
right.
other comments, questions, concerns?
Do we need to make a motion or anything like that, or?
You could formalize it. Go ahead and just,
We kind
Just-
of did that with the urgency item, so this is just the actual final
just
draft
getting
with that.
consensus, just a motion to approve it.
Motion to approve with
Okay.
Yeah.
I have one more comment. Sorry, my name is misspelled at the top,
Okay.
my last name. Thank you. It needs an S at the end.
Oh. God, you're picky.
It's all right, between Espinosa and Gonzalez, they put those, mix those S's and those
The
Z's like
Z's, the
crazy.
Z and the S is with us, so it's all good.
Okay, then with the corrections, adding the S on Dirks and the other grammatical errors and corrected, and then, so what is the will of the board? All in favor, say aye.
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 5-0
Aye.
for this letter, okay.
Sounds great.
All right. So then let's go back to the regular agenda, item number 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and open this item up. Wanted to express to your board that we have an in-depth presentation requested, I think, from Supervisor Kosmicki, as well as your board. Your board supported this to provide some direction and understanding with regards to a CLP, Certificate of Participation and Revenue Bonding for our county, and what our capacity would be. So with that, staff, thank you, Dulce and Gracie, and everyone else, Gabriel, and so on, for all the work internally as well as with KNN, Bobby, David, and his team. We spent a lot of time over the last few months working on this. So with that, we have Bobby Chung, I believe, the director from KNN, as well as David Leifer on Zoom right now. He's let me get his exact title here, his Senior Managing Director for KNN Public Finance, and they've been instrumental with a lot of success that we've had with going after CLPs and getting high ratings with S&P, and really reducing the cost to our local residents and getting the best interest rates possible. So with that, we're glad to have them on board. It's going to be a lengthy presentation, but I think it was important. We have a new supervisor, so we wanted to kind of reiterate some of the work we've been working on for her. So I think it's appropriate. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and invite David Leifer.
Thank you, Ray. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. Nice to see everybody, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is David Leifer with the firm KNN Public Finance. We're the county's municipal advisor, and I'm joined, as Ray mentioned, by my colleague Bobby Chung. And as Ray mentioned, this is a follow-up to a prior board briefing we did to introduce you to the county's outstanding debt And at the end of that, at least one of the board members asked about the county's debt capacity and ability to take advantage of current low interest rates to finance a variety of potential capital needs, including roads, of course. And we've listed here on our presentation. Is the presentation up? Great. If we could just go to page 1, thank you. I'm going to try and go through all of this quickly because I know it's lengthy and I think we can hit the highlights. But we list up here some of the capital needs that are likely a priority for the county: roads and the Civic Center project, potentially libraries, parks, et cetera. Our focus today is on the use of bonding, potentially, to accelerate the delivery of capital needs. And of course, bonding allows you to do that while spreading the costs over multiple years, as much as 30 years if need be. At the outset, just as a reminder, local governments, counties, cities, state agencies, et cetera, have this opportunity to issue bonds for capital needs on a tax-exempt basis. And sort of, real quick overview of bonding. A bond is basically a loan. So you have investors that are lending money to the county, and the county pays interest on that loan, much as one would do in a home mortgage. But the benefit here for local government under the tax code is that investors would not need to pay income tax on the interest that you're paying them on the loan. So that's what it means to have a tax-exempt bond. The investor does not pay income tax on the interest, and as a result, they are willing to lend money to local governments at a lower rate than they would, say, to a private sector borrower. The only catch is that the public agency has to jump through some hoops in the tax law, and there's just a couple of things that are relevant. One, the county or a municipal borrower has to have a reasonable expectation that you're going to spend the borrowed money within about 3 years after you borrow it. That's relevant because when we start talking about roads, we need to remind ourselves that at the time you borrow the money, you need to have sort of shovel-ready projects or projects that could be expended within 3 years. And so it may be that your capital improvement plan, your CIP, is addressed through bonding over multiple years, maybe over 10 years. Maybe there's a borrowing for 3 years and then another borrowing 5 years later for the next 3 years. That's kind of how it works. One can't just borrow today and not spend the money for a decade, say. And then the final concept on tax law that's worth mentioning today is just that the projects that you're financing with the borrowed money have to have a useful life that's relatively in line with or at least does not exceed the life of the bond. So if we're bonding 30 years and you're only spending money on a project, say a computer program that has a useful life of 10 years, that would not work. The converse does work. You could borrow money for 10 years and construct a project that has a 30-year useful life. So if we could just go to the next slide, thank you. This is just a reminder that interest rates are very low right now, tax-exempt rates, really at historical low levels, and that's what I think prompted this discussion today. We can move on to the next slide. And just at the outset, a reminder, there's basically 2 kinds of financing tools available to the county that might reasonably be used for infrastructure. One, as Ray mentioned, is this form of lease financing called a certificate of participation. What's important for you to know simply is that it doesn't require voter approval. It is a loan that is secured by the general funds, and there needs to be a piece of real property, some sort of asset that is pledged as collateral. It's the leased asset. And those are the sort of key points for today that I want to make there. General fund backing, no vote. On the other hand, there is a non-general fund backed approach called installment sale revenue COPS, or a revenue bond. And those are bonds secured solely by a specific enterprise or source of revenue. That's what one would do for a solid waste system where you have enterprise revenues, or from a sales tax measure. It's non-recourse to the general fund. It doesn't require voter approval, and it doesn't require an asset to pledge. So depending on the source of money to repay the bond, we might use a different tool. And the second tool is relevant when we talk about roads in particular, because there may be a specific revenue source that could be used to pay those bonds. Next slide. So for today, we're going to do two things briefly. One, we're going to look specifically at the financing of roads and some of the revenue sources and tools that may be available specifically for road construction, because we know that's such a big priority for your county and for really all the counties that we work with. And then second, we're also going to look more broadly at general fund debt capacity, some of which could be used for roads, though it could be used for other capital financings as well. Any questions at the outset? Okay. So let's move on to digging into roads. And this is a high level here, page 6, of the different revenue sources that generally are available to the county to be used towards road construction. There are two forms of gas taxes. In the appendix, I have more information on A and B, the highway users whatever it's called, transportation tax account, highway users tax account, HUTA, and then RMRA, which is a road maintenance and rehabilitation account, which was a result of SB1 that was passed in 2017. And this is what you're currently receive generally now, 2.3 million for FY 21-22, and 2 million for the RMRA SB1. Separately, there is Measure G. We're going to talk a bit about that, especially for some of the supervisors that are new and may not be familiar with that, but that's a local tax that was adopted, a 1% tax just in San Benito County. And you're receiving about 3.3 million from that annually now, but your allocable share is a little bit lower, closer to 2.4 million. We'll talk about why you're getting more in a minute. And then we're going to talk about a potential new sales tax, because that's what we talked about last time. We know there's interest in considering putting a sales tax on the ballot, and that we understand would generate about 3.3 million annually for the county from taxable sales in the unincorporated area. So let's move on to the next slide. I guess where I want to go is what I've identified: the revenues on the left, and then those two types of financings on the right. And what I want to say is that really the first two financing sources just don't lend themselves well to bonding, to doing either a revenue bond or a general fund bond with the HUTA or the SB1. And again, in the appendix, I have a deeper dive, but both of them, first of all, would require voter approval. The first one would need, even if you got voter approval, you'd need to spend the money on mass transit, not roads. And then on the second one, even with voter approval, you'd be limited in how much of that revenue could actually be used for debt service. So we just don't think those really lend themselves well to bonding. Still very important part of your overall road maintenance and construction funding for sure, just not for bonding. We think that the Measure G sales tax, and we're talking about the share that the county gets from the countywide sales tax, is a good source for potential bonding, potentially, depending on how that money flows. And we're going to talk about that in a second. And then the potential new sales tax that we've been discussing would lend itself well for a general fund COP. It would not lend itself for a revenue-specific bond that would be secured only by that revenue, because it's a tax that will be approved by only 50% of the voters. It's basically a general tax, not a special tax, so it can't be pledged to a special bond. And then, of course, you could just use any amount of general fund resources, and that could be used for a general fund COP. So we're really going to focus on Measure G, the potential new sales tax, and then we'll talk about general fund debt capacity separately. A little bit about Measure G. That was adopted in 2018, 1 cent for 30 years. And it's administered through the COG, the Council of Governments. And on the right, I've sort of just hit the highlights of the expenditure plan that the voters approved. There are 3 tiers of projects. Tier 1 is for the widening of Highway 25, which is what we call the regional project. That gets about 50% allocation of the revenues. And then Tier 2 was really intended for local road repair. That's about 45% of the net sales taxes, and those come back to the county and the cities to support your road repair. And the bullets on the left basically say that the county's share of that 45% that goes to local governments is about 47.5%. And what that really means is you get about 21% of the overall revenues collected under this sales tax. What I mentioned earlier is that the county is currently receiving $3.3 million annually, which is about 900,000 more than that 21% allocable share. And we're going to talk about why that is on the next slide. So if we could move to the next slide, a couple of things as we think about how to bond against your local share of Measure G. And again, remember, we talked about these two different ways to bond. One you could do a COP and basically just use the money from Measure G to pay the debt service. Or the other is you could issue a revenue bond that is secured solely by Measure G with no recourse to the general fund. And I'll show you some numbers in a minute. But before we get there, one important consideration, and that is about how the COG is approaching the regional project. So basically, the COG anticipates issuing its own bonds secured by Measure G to accelerate the delivery of the Highway 25 project under a projected time frame. And so what the COG has proposed to do and what their board has adopted is a cash flow model that tries to maximize the amount of sales taxes collected under Measure G during a sort of a 5 to 10 year period of construction for Highway 25. And so in order to do that, their approach has been to distribute more money to the county and the cities on your share of Measure G up front prior to the time when they really need a lot of money for Highway 25. And then when they need construction dollars for Highway 25, the approach is that they will not distribute any Measure G sales tax revenues to the local governments during Tier 1 construction. So they front load, then they hold back your share, and then presumably after they complete Tier 1, they would again, you would return to receiving your local share and maybe even, again, a higher amount than your allocable share. So you get money up front, then you get no money, then you get money on the back end. That makes it very difficult, of course, to bond against your share of Measure G. And by way of example, on the next slide, if we can move to this one, there's a lot of numbers here, and you don't need to study this, but this is a cash flow that was provided to the county by the COG. The numbers are outdated. It's from 2019. They're in the process of being updated. Sales tax revenues have actually come in much stronger than this. That's the good news. Everybody's going to get more money. But what I wanted to show you is the allocation of the Measure R revenues down below. So Tier 1 is the regional program, and they show a certain amount of money through 2024, but then starting in 2025, a much higher amount. They're going to hold on to, basically everything, and presumably that would coincide with when their right-of-way purchase and their construction costs would kick in. And then that goes for a period of time. I didn't carry the model out 20 years, but it would show money, well, let's move on to Tier 2. That's the county's share. No, sorry, stay on page 10. I'm sorry. But if you go down below in the highlighted row, the county receives money, from 2020 through 2024, and then you get nothing from 25 to 29. Had I carried the model out, another 10 years, you would then again be receiving money. So that makes it very difficult to pay debt service on a bond that is going to go for, say, 20 years, because there's a period of time when you're receiving no revenue. And, one could do a general fund backed bond, and then the general fund is drawn on in those years when you're not receiving money from the measure. But otherwise, if you didn't want to tap into the general fund, this structure of distribution doesn't work for bonding. Now, if we go to the next slide, the decision on how to distribute the Measure G monies was a decision made by the COG board with representation from the county, of course, and it reflects that the Tier 1 project was the priority when it was adopted, when the tax was passed. But if, and this is just hypothetical, if there was a change in the way the money was distributed, if the county were able to just get an allocable share every year rather than front-loaded and then no money and then back-loaded, if you just got your allocable share, what we wanted to show you here was some estimates on how much bond proceeds you could generate against your allocable share. The first one is a revenue bond. Again, that's non-recourse to the general fund, and we're showing bond proceeds anywhere from $7.5 million to $24 million, depending on the final maturity of the bond. So if it's a 5-year bond versus a 20-year bond. That's less than the amount that could be generated from a general fund COP, where you have the credit of the county behind the bond, not just the sales taxes itself. And then our estimates show a much higher amount of proceeds that could be generated anywhere from 11 million to 36 million. So this would work if that allocation of funding between the COG and the local governments was different. But as it is currently envisioned, this would not work, though you could do that general fund COP, as I said, and then just use the general fund, other sources from the general fund to pay back the debt service in those years when Measure G is not flowing to the county. And in the years when Measure G is flowing, of course, you could use that to pay the debt. I know I'm covering a lot of material here. If there are questions as I go, feel free to jump in. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to page 12. And this has to do now, we're moving away from Measure G, and we're saying, well, what if the county just bonded against a new county sales tax measure? And again, you could put on the ballot a sales tax. I think what's being considered is a 1% sales tax that in the unincorporated region would work. It fits within the statutory maximum for sales taxes in the county. You have a sales tax consultant. They've projected that 1% tax in the unincorporated area would generate about $3.34 million. And again, this is I think what's being considered is a general tax, which only requires a majority vote, as compared to a special tax, which would require a 2/3 vote. With a majority vote tax, you'd be able to, basically those sales taxes would be considered general fund dollars, subject to the discretion of the board, and you could issue general fund backed COPs. You could not issue a revenue bond secured solely by by a majority tax. So on the next page, page 13, we've just highlighted here the amount of bond proceeds that you could derive from a general fund backed COP, assuming you use all the 3.3 million of revenues that you're expected to receive from that sales tax. And keep in mind, the 3.3 million likely will grow with time, but when you issue the bond, you can't count on that. So we size the bond assuming no growth. And what we show is that you could generate anywhere from 15.7 million to 50.5 million, again, depending on the term of the bond, if you were to pledge all of the 3.3 million. And then what we show below that is revenues. We call it for pay-as-you-go projects over the life of the borrowing. And this is just the growth that is likely to occur in the sales tax above and beyond the amount that we pledge to the debt. And so we project at some reasonable growth rate, probably 2 or 3%, I can't remember. To make this even easier, we basically said, let's assume you did a 20-year bond. Every million of revenues that you pledge is equal to about 15 million of upfront project proceeds. So maybe you don't want to size the bond so that you use all of the 3.3 million. Maybe you want to use just 1 million of it and then keep the other 2 million for other needs that the county may have. Then we know for a 20-year bond that could generate roughly 15 million of upfront proceeds, in the current market, obviously subject to a variety of assumptions. And then that just gives you sort of a working a working knowledge of how much bond proceeds could be generated from a new tax. So that's the end of this discussion on the roads. We've talked a little bit about Measure G, which could be a good source for bonding if the allocation from the COG is different. Or we've talked about this new 1% tax, which also could lend itself to a county COP and could be sized however you desire, how much would be used to pay the bond. Ray, are there any questions there, or should I move on to the second part of our presentation?
The only thing I would say is in that last slide, I think that those were based on some assumptions of kind of where we stand financially with the AA rating.
Correct.
And some of the other items that we have within the county, or how well we're doing with our budget, so on and so forth. So all those are, including those assumptions, just wanted to highlight that. And I think we went ahead and did our best to try to give a lot of options for the board and kind of just, sharing with you the $1 million for the 20-year period, providing that figure would be about 15 million. So anyways, so I think those are.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Thank you.
Madam Chair, quick question. I have a quick question. Moving back to the Measure G sales tax model, is there a certain level of revenue that we would have to get each year, a minimum level, in order to be able to bond through Measure G?
That's a good question. The answer is no, in one respect. I mean, the lower the amount of annual revenue, the smaller the amount of the bond. That's all. So there's going to be a relationship between the amount of revenue you generate and the amount of bond proceeds. But perhaps you could negotiate something with the COG that gets something for the local government, say $1 million a year, and we could then calculate what for a bond, what that would generate. And then you'd have a decision still, do you want to do that revenue bond, or do you want to just do a general fund bond? And the revenue bond tends to generate less in the way of proceeds because it's not backed by the general fund. The investors can only look to those revenues, and so they're going to want you to size that down a little bit. But I don't know that there's a minimum. I mean, if you had a number in mind, we could run it and get back to you with how much bond proceeds. If you said $500,000 a year, we could come up with a result. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, but the amount of the bond is going to be driven by the minimum the lowest amount that you get. I mean, if you have more coming in years 1 through 5, less, 5 through 10, and then again it goes up, you're still going to be limited by that lower amount, whatever.
Yeah, unfortunately, you really are. If that's because in those years 5 to 10 that you laid out, you only have so much revenue, so we have to size to the lowest amount of the revenue, unless you again want to just backstop it from the general fund and say for those 5 years, we're okay with higher debt service than we're receiving under the measure, because we know later we'll get that money back down the road. That would be a policy decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, David. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. So we've talked a lot about roads. Now we're going to just talk a little bit more about the idea of debt capacity generally for the county, whether you issue a bond for roads or for downtown center or any other priorities. And this first page is probably familiar to you. We did a briefing a couple of months ago. It's a little hard to read, but this shows all of the debt that the county has outstanding, which isn't very much, which is good news from your debt capacity perspective. On the left is your annual debt service. So it's currently around 1.4 million a year. It goes up a bit because the energy financing was structured with a debt that increased because your savings on the solar project were sort of tailored to how your electricity costs were going to increase. So it goes up to just over 1.6, 1.7 million, and then it drops down when that borrowing goes away. And then on the right, that's the par amount of your debt outstanding. And of course, every year, as you make a debt service payment, you're paying down the principal of your debt. And so that suggests that one of the metrics we look at for debt capacity is based on how much debt you have outstanding. So as you pay off debt, presumably your debt capacity will grow with time. And that's just something to think about. As we think about how much debt capacity you have, it'll depend in part on when we ask the question. So let's go to the next page. Just a minute about this idea of debt affordability or debt capacity. For an entity like the county and for your general fund, backed debt, there really is no simple measure. I wish there were. There just isn't a formula that says you can issue X. There would be if it was just a revenue enterprise like a water system. You collect $1 million in revenue, you have to have a certain amount of coverage. We could calculate your debt capacity, but this is the general fund. So there really aren't any legal limits. There's a few of them, but you won't get close to them. And even what the bond market will allow you to borrow is probably more than you would want to borrow. And so down below, I talk about these two different concepts. One is the market capacity, what the bond market will reasonably allow you to borrow without great penalty, and then your budgetary capacity, what your budget can allow. And so we, of course, as market people are going to look at this from the perspective of the credit markets, the rating agencies, and the investors, and we're going to look at some metrics, some measures of the county, some debt ratios and financial ratios that they use to evaluate debt burden, and that they use to look at your fund balance and your debt burden. And then we'll draw some conclusions from that. And then you then need to layer that over your budget constraints and just say, at some point, where are my limits? And we try and bring the two together. So if we go to the next page, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, we've already covered this, but this is a flow chart from Standard & Poor's. And as Ray mentioned, they've assigned a very high rating to the county, a AA rating, which is enviable. And basically, the second row of buckets is their analytic framework. And these all add up to 100%. And they have ratios to analyze all of these things. And basically, the economy is 30% of your rating, and you have very little impact over that. I mean, I know you're going to do economic development, but in any one year, you can't move the economy in a big way. But what you can control are these things like your financial measures, your budget, whether it's in balance, your fund balance, which we call budgetary flexibility, your cash liquidity. These are things that you do have control. And then finally, your best practices management. What's interesting on this page, and I'll move on, is just at the right, on the second row, your debt level, debt and contingent liability level, is really only 10% of your overall rating. So many are under the illusion that, oh, if I have a lot of debt, I'm going to get a terrible rating. And if I have no debt, I'm going to get the highest rating. That may be the case, but it may be for other reasons as well. It's not just about your debt burden, but your ability to pay back your debt is driven more by your economy, your management, your budget, your reserve levels. Those are the things that they look at when you think about taking on more debt. So if we go to the next page, just to finish this discussion, what Standard & Poor's does is they assign a numerical scoring from 1 to 5 for a bunch of ratios to evaluate each of those buckets. And then they weight them based on the relative weighting of the bucket. And then they come up down at the bottom with a letter score, or a letter grade, if you will. So you're getting this AA rating, and it's got all these numerical inputs for liquidity and budget and debt, et cetera. And that's relevant because we're going to look at a couple of those ratios next. So let's go to the next page. And I'm almost done, so I appreciate your patience. So we're going to look for now just at that 10% bucket about debt and debt and contingent liability. What S&P does is they look at two ratios for that. And if you look at the lower right-hand box, it's a grid. And on the top, it says net direct debt as a percentage of total governmental fund revenue. So that's your debt, all of your debt, your par amount. That's the par amount, whatever it is, 20 million, 30 million. And then they take that as a percentage of governmental fund revenues. And if it's under 30%, it gets a scoring of 1. If it's between 30 and 60%, it's a scoring of 2. and so forth. 60 to 120% is a scoring of 3. Then on the left-hand axis, there's a second ratio. And this is your, what they call total governmental fund debt service, annual debt service, 1 year's debt service as a percentage of your overall governmental fund expenditures. So this is more of a budget burden, if you will. We look at your annual debt service and what percentage of your budget does that really represent. And if it's under 8%, you score a 1. And if it's 8 to 15%, you score a 2, et cetera. Keep in mind, scores of, you guys score a 1 right now on all fronts because you have very little debt. And that's what the left box does. We calculate your percentages based on the last CAFR we have available. We can update that shortly when we get the new CAFR for FY21. But right now you're scoring a 1. A 1, a 2, very strong. Even a 2 is very strong. 3 would not be even, out of the norm, perhaps for some. I mean, I think 1 and 2 would be very comfortable places to be. A 3 would be okay. Your rating might be impacted a bit. We'd have to sort of think about that. So how do we think about what additional amount of debt you could issue? Well, what we do on the next page, if we move to page 20, is we basically forecast how much debt additionally you could incur and land in these relative scoring boxes, if you will. So we forecast this additional debt, and then we see how much you could issue to still score a 2 or a 3. That's how we're looking at this right now. And really, what we learned on the last page is that the ratio about your total amount of par amount of debt was the more restrictive of the two. I'm sorry, if you can just go back for 1 second to the prior page. Yeah, you'll see on the lower left-hand, the lower box on the left, your total governmental funds debt service as a percentage of total governmental fund expenditures is only 0.8%, is well below, you're nowhere close to a 2. Whereas your net direct debt at 23%, getting closer to that 30% threshold that would push you into a 2. So that's the ratio that is going to be a little bit more of the limiter. So now we go back to page 20, and we go ahead and we forecast. And what we concluded in that box below is that you could issue, between 12.5 million and 55.5 million roughly. Again, a lot of assumptions and interest rates and all that, and still score a 2. So your scoring would move from a 1 to a 2, but a 2 is still considered very, very strong. It is, well, they call it strong. 1 is very strong, 2 is strong. And then if you really wanted to push the envelope, one could still receive a scoring of 3 between 55 to 140 million of debt. Now that's a big range, of course, and that's a lot of debt. And we'd want to look at other factors before recommending anything in that range. But this ratio analysis just starts to give you some sense about how the market might look at the affordability of different debt. Now, remember what I said, as time passes and you pay off more of your existing debt, then potentially these numbers might go up because we're looking at par amount, and so you'd have a little more capacity. Though at some point, that annual debt service ratio would kick in and become a limit as well. So I think as you start to flirt with the scoring of a 3, we would want to look at both of those ratios. But a scoring of a 2 is really driven by that 1 ratio. So if we go to our last slide on, two more slides. So what we've done here is we said, okay, let's say that the county starts with a $25 million general fund COP. And so we have taken a 20-year maturity, which seems reasonable, and sized it to generate 25 million for capital needs, regardless of the project. It could be a road, it could be a library or whatnot. And we said, let's assume you issue this at the spring of 22. So that gives us a reference point. And we assume that the county has an asset already that it can pledge as a leased facility. which is more of a detail refinement, but it does affect the numbers. If you didn't, we'd have to borrow a little bit more for interest during the construction period for the new project. And what we glean from all of this is that your debt service, we generate 25 million over 20 years. The interest rate cost is about 2.73. Your average annual debt service is about 1.6 million. And over the life, you'd pay about 33 million. And I believe what we've concluded there is that that would put you into a 2, a scoring of a 2, because you remember on the prior page, we said between 12.5 million and 55 million would land you in the 2 bucket. So that would land you comfortably in the lower end to the middle end of the 2 bucket, which seems like a reasonable place to be, certainly. So that just gives you, and then you'd have to say, okay, well, I've got 1 point, yeah, that's the table. And I've got 1.6 million of debt service. How does that feel from a budget point of view? If you go back to 20, let's go back to 23 now. Thank you. So at the bottom, yeah, 23. I'm sorry, 22. That's weird. The next slide, whatever, that slide. Okay, the pagination is off. Apologies. But the average annual payment of $1.65 million at the bottom, you have to consider from a budget point of view. Now, if you were to get that sales tax passed, well, we said that would generate 3.4 million right there. So we know that that would certainly afford you this ability. But presumably, or if you wanted to dedicate some of that Measure G for the years that you receive it, or you simply would just take on new debt and have to find this capacity in your budget, given your AV growth and your regular growth in taxes and maybe impact fees and other things that are happening in the budget. Cannabis, I don't know. So the last slide, yeah, thank you. Please go forward. I'm sorry about the pagination. Yes. To wrap this discussion up, we basically have said that this debt affordability analysis, and it was a bit of a high level one, really suggests that you could issue, a decent amount of additional debt and still get some favorable scoring on your debt and contingent liability ratios. But we want to be cautious about other forms of debt and liability, like your pension and your OPEB. And so I think so long as those numbers are not being pushed out of comfortable levels, one could, definitely incur additional debt here and still receive a favorable scoring. We point out in the second bullet, of course, that you shouldn't make decisions about debt just solely in terms of the impact on your rating. Obviously, you need to look at it in the context of your overall budget and the trade-offs necessary to pay debt service. If you ask me about your rating, which is super strong, I would say whether you're a AA or a AA minus or a AA plus, those are all really good ratings. So even if you went down one notch in your rating from a AA to a AA minus, and I'm not saying you would, but even if you did, maybe that adds a little bit of cost to the cost of the interest rate of your bond, but that would still be viewed very favorable. I think the real pressure on your rating, if there is one, is going to come from the economic fallout from COVID. And that's what the markets are all looking at and seeing how people are coming out of COVID and whether the depth of this recession and what the impact is on your key revenue sources. Because again, that economy is weighted 30% of your rating, and you really don't have a lot of control over that in the short term, at least. So the final bullet simply says that if your tax base, your economy, your reserve levels, if all of those continue to grow and your budget is in structural balance, then you're in a good position to definitely take on additional, maybe larger amounts of debt, maybe at the higher end of the ranges, without adverse consequences. And then if the converse is true, if you're in a restrictive mode and reserves are being drawn down just to balance the budget, then you're definitely going to want to aim for a little bit more modest levels of debt. And maybe you start with a more modest level now, and let's see how the economy unfolds. Let's see what happens to your reserves and structural balance in your budget. And let's do this analysis every year to sort of check in and see how things are going. So Ray, I'm going to stop and see if there are any questions.
Yeah, thanks, David. Yeah, I'll just add a couple comments. So I think it's a great report. I think it's in depth, and appreciate the work done on it. I would just say that, we have great, great rating. We've been doing really good from a budgetary point of view overall. I think the key issue in delving into this is that that period of time of Measure G, that kind of holiday period of 10 years. That's kind of really the issue, I think. If we wanted to leverage that, that's the difficult part. Outside of the general fund, outside sales tax, outside of all these other things. So from a budgetary point of view, we probably have to do a little bit more homework if we wanted to do something. Unless, COG goes in and decides to make a change, which I don't think that they're probably going to do. But that would be, really great, I think, for the locals, because then we can address that. But, from a bonding perspective or a COP perspective. But we have to, be mindful of the overall budget, be mindful of, our obligations. They're obviously increasing. Next year looks like, the discount rates for CalPERS is going to be going down, which means it's an increased cost for us. So there's a lot of things that we have to address from a budgetary point of view. So in any case, I just want to thank everybody that's worked on this and pass it back to your board. I think pass it back to the board members that specifically asked about this item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Before we go to questions, shall we go to the public comment first?
That's fine.
Okay, let's do that, see if there's any.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Elias Salinas?
Good afternoon, thank you. This was a great report. I wish that I could have been able to see the numbers. I don't know if the printout, you can read the numbers on page 15, because I couldn't read it at all. So I hope that you can, and I'm hoping I have access to that report where those numbers are. That was the debt profile page. And then on page 17, was that an example, or because it's 8 years old, is that just an example of what it's used, or are you saying we fall under that for the last 8 years and nothing has changed? And I agree with the CAO. We need to wait and see. I know that there's an interest by one of the supervisors talking about doing a 1% tax rate increase that have to go to the taxpayers. But I think we should slow down on that, because right now we are coming out of COVID. And honestly, I don't see any kind of a tax increase, the voters passing any type of a tax increase or even a school bond right now. The current administration, and with the bipartisan, just passed a $1.2 trillion infrastructure. I think that the county should take advantage of that and go out and see how much money we can get and start making phone calls to Congressman Panetta, as long as he's still our congressman after tomorrow or whatever. But anyway, it's a wait and see, and let's go after some of that money. I mean, it's specifically for roads and for bridges, and I can think of 2 bridges right now that in this county really need it, and I'm sure that there's more. I can only think of 2 right now. But let's take advantage of that, and let's get going on trying to get some of those funds. And we need to really slow down and not get our county into more debt, not get our citizens into more debt by trying to go after another sales tax, because I think it'll fail and it would be just a waste of money to get it onto a ballot. Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello there, this is Rob Bernofsky again. Thank you for putting up with me again today. But listen, no new taxes, no new bond measures, and no taxes being voted in for people that won't be paying it. The COVID-19 pandemic, the county chose to take measures to shut down businesses, so sales tax revenues went down. I'm not saying without judgment on it for this point, but even I now get most of my goods instead of shopping for them, I do them via mail, and I pay a lesser sales tax in the unincorporated areas than in the city. When you buy a car, boat, things like that, you pay the sales tax where you're registered, no matter where you bought it. And I'm just telling you that if the county votes a new sales tax or any new bond measures, at least the Republican Party and the candidates it supports, that will be the crux of why you should vote for someone, because the taxes and the bond measures on our property taxes are just, they're too much. And it doesn't sound like you really need it. We voted Measure G in. Measure G was for the roads. That's what you sold it for. Why do you need a new, sales tax or borrowing against a new sales tax in order to do the roads? People are tapped out. With inflation, it's even worse. Please, bond Measure G funds, don't create a new sales tax. Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, so any questions from the board and/or comments? And who would like to go first? Oh, it's your item. Why don't
It's
you
not
go
my
ahead?
item,
Yes,
not
thank
my
you.
item. Madam Chair, thank you. So just in general, I'm a believer that we have to look at as many different avenues for revenue as we can to get these, a number of things done. For one, we've talked about the roads, and we've talked about other things like the library facility. We can't do those things if we don't have the funding to do it. And I just want to correct, this isn't a bond measure. There's a huge, it's 100% difference. This has nothing to do with future taxes or anything like that. We're not talking about taxes. We're talking about committing a portion of our current or future revenues toward these essential needs that we have. And with the historically low interest rates that we saw there, 2-point-something%, there's a saying in investing that money at a time like this, money is cheap. It's very cheap. And we realistically will not have this opportunity again. This is it. So if we want to really invest in our future and get some of these projects done beyond what we currently have on the slate, now is the time to do it. I support exploring a general fund COP. I don't think the Measure G bond makes any sense because of the lag period, but I think that lag period is a particular reason why we have to find these other revenue sources, because I can tell you when we get to that point in a few years, our residents are going to be flipping out about the fact that we're going to not be doing really too much road work at that point because we're not going to have the money to do it. So that's what I'm thinking ahead to that when we talk about bonding, or we'll have another item here, a future item, not to go into detail on that. We have some, not to go into detail, but we have some revenue sources that are coming our way. To me, we've got to think about putting these things toward these essential road and facility needs. And so, I don't know what the exact dollar amount is, but based on what I saw, we could still do a $25 to $50 million general fund COP. I would prefer putting most of it toward the roads, perhaps with a portion toward library expansion. Yes, other facilities aren't great, and there are needs, and I think we have some critical needs we should address. I think we talked about $1 million or so. But beyond that, the rest of the facilities are lower on the priority list. I've never heard a local resident complaining about county admin buildings. When I went door to door, I didn't hear anyone talking about office buildings being, not up to par. I've never heard anybody up here campaigning about needing upgrades to office buildings. We all talked about the roads, and I continue to talk about the roads, and I'm committed to being bold when it comes to the roads. So I'm in this role to get things done. We can't be timid. A few $1 million here and there, which is basically the path we're continuing on right now. It's not going to get it done. We're going to fall further and further behind because the roads over time, the debt, our road debt is growing. If we want to talk about debt, the amount of improvements that we're going to have to do to our roads keeps growing. So I'm very concerned about that. Hundreds of $1 millions needed for road repairs, and this would just be another opportunity to address those. And then, like I said, there's multiple avenues. I think we should look at the bonding. It says we have to spend it within 3 years, so obviously we'd have to have a plan ready, a shovel-ready plan for the projects. And then lastly here, well, just as an example, the $25 million COP, I thought the presentation was really good. It gave us a lot of context, but you know, if we did $25 million, that would add $1.66 million a year, but we would have $25 million in, again, cheap money to get projects done now, to get moving on these projects. Otherwise, we're just going to be sitting here, and I, for one, will not listen to the excuses from anybody that says we don't have the money to get these things done. When we see right here, we have the money to get things done if we do it the right way. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought it was a very interesting presentation. I appreciate you suggesting bring this forward, Supervisor Kuzmicki. Yeah, I mean, roads are what we all hear about, and which you will soon learn. You probably already have. And, you know, the way we deal with roads, it just makes no sense. Filling potholes every year and then having to do it again. It's an incredibly inefficient way, cost-ineffective way to deal with the roads, and yet they're still in terrible conditions. So we're just continually throwing good money after bad. The only way to get on top of it is to do some significant repaving, and you know, I think it's projected to be about 445, what?
Yeah, approximately 450 miles roads. I think we've been paying
it's a lot of money, and we're not going to be able to generate all that kind of money, but if we could get a significant chunk and deal with some of these roads, I'd be all for it. So I think we have to look at every option. I think we should pursue further exploring, you know, going this direction and deciding the best way to do it. I think it's unlikely that that COG will change things. I think, you know, they've set this up in order to deal with 25, and so I think that's unlikely a source. So, but anyway, I think we should continue to look at it and pursue it. The 1%, the sales tax is a related but unrelated issue. I think we're going to need to look at that further. I agree with a couple of the comments made by the speakers. It may be a tough time to get something like that passed, but we can still look at that. But that's really unrelated to, I mean, that may be a source for the bonding, but I think it makes more sense to look, you know, probably in other areas like the general fund. Anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Did you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. So can you started to say, how many miles of roads do we need to be repaved?
Yeah, we have approximately 450 plus miles. We've been paying as we go. So when you look at the revenues we're receiving on the presentation, we have a few $1 million going to SB1. We have about 3.3 million in Measure G. So when you add those up, what we've been doing is actually doing doing kind of a strike force. Every year we've been working on some projects, but it's only pay as you go. It's only what we're receiving. So what does that mean? It means that we're making small headway, very little headway, and I think that's what the board is highlighting. So we've worked on Fairview, we've worked on Union Road, we've done work on Best Road, and that was tying enterprise funds from the landfill for Best Road and some of Fairview. So, but we still need to address the realignment on Fairview, which is a significant issue with deaths in that area, Fallon and Fairview. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and it's a lot more than basically $3 million a year is what $3 to $4 million a year is what we're putting into it, and that's basically everything. So, so that's hopefully that answers your question there.
Yes, it does. Has there ever been a dollar amount placed on that? Like, how much would it cost to repave 450
It's
miles?
approximately, you can always use it a rule of thumb, it's approximately $1 million a mile.
Okay.
So we have probably about $430 million worth of work that we need to do to the county, because we've been doing some work. Yeah, that's a lot
Okay.
of money. And
Yes.
did you, I don't know if you noticed, but in that slide, I believe it was 21% of the overall Measure G. It's about 218 million dollars, and our portion of that is about $99 million out of Measure G for the life of Measure G.
Okay.
It's approximately $100 million.
So
that
a
we
little
received.
less than
So
a quarter.
25%, less than 25% of
Okay.
what we need to deal with roads. Puts it in perspective.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. No other comments?
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I've been trying to write down my notes. So there's different things that I'm focusing on, but I would say just to start off is we're talking about basically debt. Right now, the optics to the public is we did already get into debt. We passed Measure G. So if you think about what the context of the decision that we're considering is, we're basically thinking about roads, which is basically, and it is a need. And I do agree we have to address that should be a focus, but how? And does that mean we get into debt or basically another level of debt to solve this problem? Because you're going to have to service that debt, or should we be focused on revenue generation? If you think about the parameters that limit us, and even outside of what the gentleman, which it was a really good presentation, had mentioned. So but the stuff that we have to deal with is not just the pension liability, the higher cost of living around us, right, which competes against our local ability to recruit and hire competent staff. And so when we hire folks, they do a really good job, and they end up basically moving on. And I don't blame them, but nonetheless, we are competing against our counties around us, which limits our ability to service projects. I know that we had a presentation at one time where they mentioned even just the vacancy rating, and I remember we were talking about the roads crew and how we basically had 10 folks when we really needed 24. So there's a lot of things that are limiting factors. So we have limited resources as a county. We have very weak sales tax, and we're not diverse with our funding streams. So, we're one horse show basically with our property tax. Bottom line is because of those limitations, getting into debt especially, and when you think about a very cheap rating, that sounds very appealing, but it doesn't guarantee the future that you're not going to have an increase in cost, especially servicing that debt. So, so when we're talking about minimizing that flexibility or the fluidity, right, which gave us a really good rating, that affects long term. That affects resiliency, right? How are we going to be able to pay debt if there's a downturn in the economy? If in a natural disaster, we just had this 2-year lockdown, which basically has limited businesses. So and then we have the Measure G distribution limits, which obviously seems off the table because we're 10 years out. I remember even another conversation that we had with Supervisor Gill, who actually had mentioned our SB1 formula being at risk because there was a consideration by the governor to alter that formula where it would impact the amount of or the percentage of SB1 funds that we would get. So all that to be said is I want to do what we can to come up with commercial opportunities, generating, sales tax, coming up with other revenue streams, but I don't believe getting into that is the way to do it. And technically speaking, we're still not considering what that formula would amount to if we did. I know that he mentioned that if we took on that $25 million obligation, that we would be at a level 3, I guess, or level 2, and depends on how much we actually want to take in. But I feel like we're putting ourselves in a really tough position. You just don't pay your utility bill with your savings account, and that's why the general fund has always been protected by the board. And I believe that attitude actually has created the ability, or has facilitated the ability for us to have a strong credit rating. So I just don't see getting into that. If it was a temporary scenario where we addressed this problem because we knew that we were going to start to generate funds somehow, but I don't see that right now. And until we have that formula, I don't see how getting into debt is going to solve our problems. So I don't agree with doing anything against our general fund or a COP. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Hernandez, I actually found this pretty interesting, very informative. I love the fact that we have a great credit rating and the interest being low. There's a lot of opportunity there. But I want to go back to what the possibilities are. I know that roads is the primary concern that's been expressed already, but the presentation on the second page talks about the overview. So what, our CAO, what would we be, what's the parameters of us being able to use this? Should we go this route? So roads, and what else?
Sounds like roads, right? No.
Well, that's what two supervisors are saying right now, possibly three. But what else do we have? I know,
there are quite a few things. Obviously, I think was mentioned, there's infrastructure needs. We have an old courthouse that we really need to do some work internally inside the building. We have some issues with the DA building, probation
well, I remember the
building.
capital improvements report that we had and all those
exactly.
projects,
I mean, that in a nutshell
needed.
describes most of those items. We have a master park plan that we're working on, so that's
That would
another
be ideal.
thing. So there's quite a, the library is another one.
Yes.
So there are quite a few things infrastructurally that we also need to address. And I think, I think at this point, my suggestion to the board is, we go back and do some more homework, really look at what we can service, the amount that's doable within our budget. I think that's really key, if the board so chooses to give us that direction. And really debate this and discuss this during the next budget cycle. That's really what I would recommend doing, as well as, because we're going to start that process before you know it. In January, February, we start working on the budget for the following year. I know that there's also, it's a side point, like Supervisor Tiffany mentioned, about the sales tax. So that's another thing that may be able to service this at different levels, up to $50 million if we use the full capacity of the new funding potentially coming in, or half that. It just depends on what the board so chooses to go in whatever direction that they want to. So I would recommend that we go back and continue to work on this, continue to look at capacity and really have a better detailed report back to you of what we can do. We have a lot of things. We're obviously in labor negotiations now. There's a lot of money that we have going out, and so we just need to be cognizant of that and make sure that we can provide a balanced budget for your board the following year. That's really key.
Okay.
So.
And next, I know we've talked about the potential for a sales tax, but we haven't moved forward on that yet.
Yeah.
But if we did, I like the route where it's a general fund COP as opposed to that's banking on Measure G and or the sales tax, because I agree with the speaker that right now, the two speakers actually, that the community right now are being taxed to the extent that they can't bear it, and we're losing individuals who live in this community because of the tax rate that they feel is just unbearable. And so I would hate to add to that, but if there's an opportunity where we don't have to go to the voters for it and we can go the general fund COP, that would be the ideal way I would like to go if we move forward with this. I'm not saying yes that we are yet, but that's the route what I would like to go. The question that I did have is the 1.6 million, should we go in the neighborhood of the 25 to 50 million dollar bond? Do we have the ability to pay that 1.67 million that we're looking at annually to cover the cost of?
And that's what I was referring to. We need
Yes.
to go back and sharpen our pencils with that and really look at what
Okay.
we can afford.
And-
I would say that there's many factors associated with that. We just need to make sure that we have those answers for you. That would
Yeah,
be-
and then one of the items on the agenda later on is, bringing down the reserve
Yeah.
of the general fund, so.
That's
here
an
we're looking at
option.
Potentially 1.67 that would be required to keep that, so it wouldn't make sense for the
And-
drawdown. So I'm just trying to look at all the options right
There's
now.
another option. You just heard an agenda item a little bit ago, cannabis. We start receiving revenues for that, we could leverage that as well. So there are a lot of options on the horizon. And I think we could put a good plan together, at least bring that potential servicing to you and give you probably a better answer, 25 mil or 50 mil. I think that's what we need to do, is probably do our homework on that.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, and, the other thing as I'm thinking about this is, so if we had 25 mil, and I realize that's what we're talking about, is what we would do with it. If we spend it on roads, let's say, okay, that's 25 mil out of 430 million to do all of our roads.
Right.
So where would we, I mean, I think as a board, if we're going to go down this route, we really want to see what will we do with.
So what you're saying is you want all that money to go to District 4, right?
Exactly.
Is that what you're telling
Exactly.
me?
That's what I'm hearing too.
Well, I'm afraid that's where I guarantee you, I've got a lot of
Or-
roads down there.
Yeah, where
200
5% of the population drives,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. But I mean, seriously, I would imagine, in spite of, my constituents, to reach the most people, we'd want to look at the roads that are closer in, primarily, but anyway, that's something I think we'd want to look at.
We would have
because-
to, it would be a complete package. We would have to look at
Yeah.
that. Also, too, we'd have to look at packaging it and getting it accomplished within 3 years.
Right.
So you remember, if we have 50 million obligation, that's a lot of work, a lot of engineering work, there may be CEQA involved, and you know how long CEQA takes. I got the lawyers here. Where's Joel at? It takes a long time. That could be so we need to prep everything and make sure that we're ready for that. And so we have to put a good package to you.
Yeah, because you don't want to do all this, go into the debt, and then when you're all said and done, you still have people outraged about the roads.
Right, exactly.
So I guess we just need to look at that whole
That's
picture.
right, and that's what we'll work on. And like I said, there's a lot to it. I think the discussion from your board has been we need to really fix Fairview. That's probably been the one road that we've had the most deaths. Even the board
yes.
prior has talked about that. But there's going to be some work. I mean, it's not just. There's going to have to be acquisition of property. There's going to have to be a lot of work on realigning that road. So that's going to take time. If we go after a bond, it needs to be done within 3 years. That may not be the case. So we just got to look at all that and look at all the different things. But I think, coming back to your board during that time, in the beginning of the year, and really discuss, what roads need to be done and how many miles of roads we can get out of it. If we can get a bigger bang for our buck, do more money, we may be able to bring that $1 million a mile down to maybe 500,000 a mile, maybe. Depends on circumstances and a lot of other factors, so.
Yeah, and, excuse me, one other, Elio brought this up, is you'll be interested to see with the federal infrastructure, that's a lot of money. So how much of that will be coming to, San Benito County? Hopefully we'll get a chunk of money that we can tap into. I guess, it remains to be seen how that's going to get spread out.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're in the process, staff's been working diligently on getting a grant writer as well. So we met with the committee on that and hopefully bring back to your board, a recommendation to move that forward so we can start writing some grants and being, we're San Benito County, here's our grant, we want the money. So we're going to work on that. There's a lot of things in the pipeline with regards to the feds on the ARPA money. That may change.
Yes.
We're getting word from the legislature that, they may free that up and allow us to use that money for roads. So that's another option. So there's a lot of options there that we need to discuss and really, I think, sharpen our pencils and bring that back to your board.
Go ahead.
And I just wanted to clarify too, I think part of Supervisor Kosmicki, you were saying it's the interest rate too. So are we just kind of on a timeline with that too?
Thank you, Supervisor Dirks. That's a good question for our analyst or David Leifer. Maybe you can share with us projections and kind of what the economy looks like and what the rates look like right now. I think just historically they're at an all-time low. They have been, trending really, really great. I just don't know what's on the horizon. David, can you answer that a little bit more?
Yeah, sure. It's a good question. Yeah, impossible to know exactly where rates are going, but there does seem to be collective wisdom that there's upward pressure on rates with the amount of money that the federal government is pumping into the economy through the infrastructure bill, and we'll see what other things come down the pipeline. And we know the Fed is backing off a little bit of their bond buying program. We call it tapering. They've been pumping money in. We'll see what impact that has. So the reality is rates have been low for a long time, and every year we've predicted that rates would be going up, and they haven't. So I hesitate to predict that rates will go up and be proved wrong again. But it does seem like this is we probably hit the bottom, and it's just a question of when we'll see rates go up. But rates are so low that even if they go up, I think we ran your numbers, these debt numbers, assuming rates went up about 0.5% between now and the time you issued a bond, just to build in a little bit of cushion. We would, at the time, Ray, you're thinking about looking at things in the context of the budget, say for next year. We could add more cushion in. We could say rates go up a full percent. So there's definitely, rates will still be low even at 1% higher than they are today, in a historical sense, I guess is the best I can say. But I do think we're seeing some upward pressure. Finally.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Okay. So then you have direction then, right? Okay.
We have direction. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
perfect. So then let's go ahead and go on to item number 6. Master.
Yeah, we'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and open this up. So, it's been approximately 9 months, maybe a little longer, that your board gave direction to the ad hoc made up of Supervisor Mark Medina and Supervisor Bob Tiffany to move forward with the tax sharing agreement, working with the city. And now, unfortunately, Mark had left mid-year, and now we have Supervisor Kosmicki on the committee. So thank you.
But that's fine.
Oh, the other way around. My apologies. Hello. Sorry about that. And so we have both. That's right. And Supervisor Tiffany now is on the committees. Thank you for the correction there. And so we have both those supervisors actually been working the last 5 months or so, 4 or 5 months on this. And so there's a lot of headway and work that's been done, many hours of meeting with LAFCO Director Bill and our auditor controller, Joe Paul Gonzalez, as well as many other county councils' help and administration's help. So with that, we have Dulce Alonso, our management analyst. She's going to go ahead and open this item up with a presentation, a PowerPoint for your board to hear and see. And then what we'll do is we'll pass it back to the ad hoc made up of Supervisor Tiffany and Kosmicki, and they can go ahead and announce out, and then we'll pass it back to your chair.
So good. Thank you for the introduction. And I'm Dulce Alonso, analyst with the County Administration Office. And as you may know, reaching consensus with the city of Hollister it is definitely a process. So we're excited to bring forth the commercial and industrial master tax agreement for your consideration. So back in May of 2020, the board directed staff to work with the ad hoc to negotiate this agreement. And that ad hoc, like Ray mentioned, included Supervisor Tiffany and Supervisor Kosmicki. And they both have dedicated their time. We've worked on gathering additional information from Bill Nicholson, LAFCO Director, also Joe Paul Gonzalez, our auditor, Barbara Thompson, our CAO, our budget officer, and many other staff that I may have missed. So with that, I'll go into the presentation. So Revenue and Taxation Code 99 provides the state legislation that governs the process of a tax exchange agreement for annexation. And the R&T codes allow us to enter into a master agreement with the city. And if Barbara wants to add anything here, no, okay. So back in December of 2019, our county entered into a residential tax share agreement with the city of Hollister. This agreement was 10 years, and it only included residential, so I want to make that clear. It did not include commercial, industrial annexation. This agreement included a 50-50 split of property-based tax and annual increments. And then it did have a clause in there for any impact fees. But it also included educational revenue augmentation, so that was also essentially part of the pot. So fast forward to the agreement today. It's commercial and industrial. So here's a few summaries. The county and the city have never had a master tax agreement specifically for commercial and industrial. The proposed contract is 20 years with a 30-day mutual agreement to terminate. And part of this is the city would get 70 and the county 30% of all revenue. The next slide will explain what's included in all revenue. Okay. So all revenue would include property taxes, the base, as well as the property incremental, and also any other tax. This includes sales tax, transaction and use tax, district tax, TOT tax, parcel tax, document transfer, and really any other revenue source which can be imposed now or in the future that may be shared between the entities. This fund would be calculated after the ERAF is taken out. And what ERAF is, it's a fund that was created for schools and community colleges where they receive a specific revenue. So the calculation would be calculated after their portion is taken out. It also includes any revenues derived from developer agreements. And what it doesn't include are fees that cannot be legally shared. Also, it would not include our portion of AB 8. This agreement also covers mixed-use projects. So mixed use would be any combination of housing, office, retail, commercial, and industrial components. They may have elements of both all in one project. So if a project is mixed use, it would fall under this agreement. Unless both parties mutually agree before the agreement that they would negotiate other terms. And then for residential portions of the property, an additional amount would be applicable under the most recent version of the residential master tax agreement. And lastly, I have the, so before the board, it's to consider an adoption of the resolution. Staff did bring forth 3 additional modifications, and they're included as a change in motion, but one is to address any changes in laws, and it's so that it could be amended, this agreement could be amended if both the city and the county agree to renegotiate the agreement within 6 months of any change in law that may affect this contract. The second addition would be the city to share confidential tax information to include sales tax, TOT tax, district tax for auditing purposes only. The county's not privy to that information, and we would request that they share it. And of course, we would follow all confidentiality laws. And then the third recommended addition is a dispute resolution. And they're outlined in the, do we have to read all the, no, okay. They're outlined in the attached motion. And that is the last slide, and I want to kick it off to the ad hoc if there's anything else that they would like to add.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My understanding is this process actually started about 5 years ago to get this commercial industrial master tax agreement in place, which kind of just underscores the amount of time it takes to get, everybody says the city and county need to cooperate better. And this is one area where that kind of underscores that issue where, the two sides just really haven't cooperated great over the years, but I think we're getting better. And I think this is a sign that potentially we're improving with this. And it's not to say that, this was easy, because this wasn't. This was, I can tell you that our staff, from our staff and city manager of Hollister, and there was a lot of back and forth. and a lot of haggling, a lot of really hardball negotiating going on. And so this was not a slam dunk whatsoever. But I do appreciate everyone's involvement and all the time that went into it. I believe this is a historic move forward with regard to cooperation. I think it's a monumental step for the local economy if we approve this, and it's a potential windfall for the county, where we were just talking about revenue sources and needing additional revenue sources. Well, this is potentially a major potential revenue source, and we're talking millions of dollars here. We're not talking thousands of dollars, we're talking millions of dollars, especially considering some of the projects that are on the horizon that we have developers sort of pining to build around the city area. And so in the next several years, we could be reaping the benefits from this if we approve this agreement. Without the agreement, we get zero. That's how the law works. We don't have a master tax agreement. They can't annex in and do the commercial and industrial and use the wastewater plant facility that the city has. And I do want to point out, we saw the residential agreement. The residential versus a tax sharing agreement for commercial industrial is apples and oranges. You know, it's not apples to apples at all. With residential, we all know government's really the goal is to come out even, to be revenue neutral, not to generate net revenues, to do things with those revenues. That's why 50-50 makes more sense with the residential tax agreement. And really, you're trying to offset the impacts of new residents moving into the community. So that's the roads and all the government services that come with that. And that's the city and the county that have to absorb all those things. So that sort of, just from a practical perspective, is why 50-50 makes a lot more sense for a residential agreement. But as far as between the city and the county, that, you know, of course we would love 50-50, but that just was not ever a practical outcome throughout the process. And I understood that pretty quickly, that, you know, where we got was 70-30 and where our staff got, primarily our staff got, was 70-30, is a really good, I think a really good outcome, and something that we can really benefit from. And I've talked to people in the community that know about these things, that were really surprised that we got it to 70-30. And maybe thought it would have been a worse proportion for the county, you know, other than 70-30. So basically what's happening is if these projects annex into the city, they're taking on all the infrastructure costs. They have this $150 million wastewater treatment plant. We don't. We all know that. And annexing around the boundaries of a city is the quote, smart growth. It's how you really ideally want to grow, because that's where the infrastructure is, where the services is. People don't have to drive 15 minutes to run to the store. They can drive 5 or 10 minutes to run to the store. It's right around the city. So that's the idea. This is the ideal way we want to grow. And the fact, again, we're getting zero in revenue right now. There's really no obligation to give us more. So, you know, if we didn't do a deal, yeah, maybe we'd be looking at trying to build our own wastewater plant, and maybe that's something we can still look at for those other areas of the county. But it's just not a realistic route for us, you know, in the long run. And in the short term, again, we have these major projects that are around the corner that we just don't want to waste these opportunities for our community, whether it's the city or the county. And then really want to underscore the difference also with the sales, all revenues, you know, because property tax revenue with housing versus all revenues with the commercial industrial tax agreement, it's, again, thousands versus potentially millions. There is no comparison between the two. And so I've talked about the urgency. We all know about the Christopher project, that they want to get going. I support that project. It's a good, it really would be a good outcome for us. As far as the 20-year term, look, you know, we talked about different terms. You know, we came as a group to 20 years. You know, these things take time. I just talked about how the negotiation itself has taken 5 years. And projects take time. Projects take many years. You know, how many commercial industrial projects have we even had in the unincorporated county or the areas around? Now we're starting to see some of that development, but the number's pretty small. So 20 years we thought was a good number, because what we don't want is having, you know, politics again get in the way of what really, to me, is objectively a fair deal, and one or two people that doesn't like something and can come in and just terminate it or whatever it's not a good way of doing things, because there's not going to be that level of certainty for those developers. What we're providing here is a level of certainty that they know we're a business-friendly community. That city and that county got together and cooperated on an agreement. Did the city love the agreement? Probably not. Did the county love the agreement? Probably not. But that means it's a pretty good agreement. When everybody's not, jumping for joy about, we really bamboozled them, I feel like 70-30 is good. It's solid. And again, I think it's more than we could have potentially gotten out of this negotiation. I know it's a better deal than maybe some of the past folks in leadership roles thought we could get. So I'm happy with it. We don't want to go through this process every few years if we don't have to. And again, if we don't accept the deal, we get zero, and the entire community would suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't normally write this out, but, because I feel like it's such an important issue we have before us today, I wanted to make sure I made the points. And certainly you're going to hear me repeat a number of the points that Supervisor Kosmicki said. But anyway, this very important decision before us today is really all about revenue for the county. As we all know, and we just, been talking about revenue, we are a poor county with few sources of revenue to pay for services badly needed by our residents. Things like roads, we just discussed, a new library, a regional park. Other than what we get from the state, occasionally the federal government, and grants, our only source of revenue is largely property tax. And even with that, we get a paltry 11 cents on the dollar. When we each joined the board, we immediately learned that one of our primary missions was to try to increase our revenues, try to find new sources of revenue. The Economic Development Ad Hoc, which I also sit on, has been focusing on that since the first of the year. And some of the things we're looking at are a 1% sales tax increase we just discussed, and cannabis, which we just addressed earlier today. But most importantly, we're looking at how to bring in more revenue to the county through business development. Commercial industrial businesses that will not only bring in higher property taxes, but especially bring in sales tax revenue. In the unincorporated areas of the county, currently, we have few sources of sales tax revenue. Most of the sales tax in our broader community flows from the businesses in the cities of Hollister and San Juan Bautista. The county needs to develop areas where we can tap into sales tax revenues as well. And that's why we're looking at areas like the commercial nodes along major roadways. But even that is limited, and we really need to see how we can work with the city of Hollister to take advantage of commercial and industrial development that is naturally going to primarily occur near the city limits. Within the county, but close enough where it makes sense to be annexed into the city so the development can take advantage of the city services available, like water and their wastewater treatment plant. So this agreement before us today is a huge deal. The county has not had a master commercial and industrial agreement with the city of Hollister for years, if ever, meaning that each and every time a project comes up in the county that needs to tie into the city services, we try to negotiate a separate tax sharing agreement. Currently, this is simply not working, nor is it likely going to work going forward. Potential commercial and industrial projects, outstanding ones that will benefit both the city and the county with significant revenues and jobs, are literally waiting in the wings for the city and county to get their acts together and come to a master agreement on tax sharing. Prior recent boards have not been successful in getting something done, but we have here today a deal, finally. Like any business deal, and certainly given my past life, I'm very familiar with making deals. There's something in it for both parties. There are compromises that have had to be reached and trade-offs. The ad hoc committee has been negotiating this agreement for months. We've not only been working and negotiating with Brett Miller, the city manager, and Hollister's representative on their side, but we spent countless hours going through draft after draft, fine-tuning the legalese of the contract, ensuring that it was a good and fair deal for the county, and that all revenues were properly addressed within the document. County Council has spent hours fine-tuning every word and section. Barbara and Joe, and Joel, I can't tell you how many times they've kept looking at every section. Joe Paul, our county's auditor, has spent hours and hours ensuring that all revenues and taxes were properly addressed according to state law. We had in-depth discussions with Bill Nicholson, the executive officer of LAFCO, which must approve this tax sharing agreement and oversees all annexations within our county, so that we ensure that the contract met LAFCO requirements. No doubt, some of you on the board that were not on the ad hoc committee will wish that we could have gotten a better deal somehow. That's understandable, as you did not have the advantage of going through all the hours of time spent to get where we are today. But let me assure you that, in my opinion, this is a good deal. In fact, I think it's a very good deal for the county. Currently, we get virtually nothing from commercial and industrial development, virtually no revenue. This deal will bring us, however, potentially very significant revenues. Will we get 100% of it? No, but the city will be providing the services, not us, and they, of course, expect to get their fair share to not only pay for the cost of those services, but also to provide revenues for their own coffers. Frankly, the real alternative to this deal is nothing, zero. We're not talking about a 70-30 versus 50-50 or 60-40 or 65-35. We're talking about 70-30 versus no deal at all, which means that we'll not participate in any of the potential revenue that could come to the county. We'll kick this down the road once again, just has been done over the last several years by other boards, and will continue to leave possible commercial and industrial businesses on the sideline, waiting for the city and county to finally come together on an agreement. Or worse yet, we'll see those commercial industrial businesses decide to not come to Hollister and Samuel County at all. I say, let's get this done today. Let's start a new and potentially fruitful relationship with the city of Hollister, where we actually work together for the overall betterment of the community. I urge the three of you to join Supervisor Kosmicki and myself in supporting this master tax sharing agreement, so we can start reaping the benefits of the revenue it will bring to our county. Thank you.
Let's go to the public and hear the public, and then we'll bring it back to the other three supervisors. We listened to you because you guys were on the ad hoc, but then we'll come back and hear from the three of us. Go ahead.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. In chambers, Joe Gioloni. Sorry.
It's pronounced Jack. Is this on?
Yes.
It's pronounced Jackaloni. Madam Chair and the rest of you supervisors, thank you for your time. I've been here since 9 o'clock in the morning listening, and I'm exhausted just listening to everything you guys have to go through. I'm here, I'm the general manager, I'm the operating manager for the Hollister Research Park. And I realize we have a brand new chairperson or supervisor that probably hasn't had the time to go through everything. We're in an impasse until we find out what the board's going to do. We have so many items that we'll share with the county. And I understand that some people feel the 70-30 split isn't fair, and I'm not here to point that out. I'm here to point out that Supervisor Hernandez made a point earlier that he's all for commercial and industrial. If the county and the city can't come together on this, the project's not going to happen. And we're talking 500 to 700 jobs, local jobs, everything from gardeners up to the general manager. And the tax revenue from, there's going to be 3 hotels out there. There's going to be a gas station. There's an RV park. There's a truck stop. So Someone said earlier throughout the day that a few $1 million here and a few $1 million there shouldn't stop something. And I don't even remember which project you guys were talking about. But my point is, whether you get 30%, 40%, or 50-50, it's still going to bring millions and millions of dollars to the county of San Benito. And it's going to bring jobs, and it's going to take, I can't sit here and tell you what the traffic count's going to be taken off the roads commuting up to, oh,
Thank you.
Alias Linus?
All this has to do is with one project. Are you really willing to sell your soul to Bill Christopher's project? That property has been out there for decades and decades. There are decades and decades of property near the airport. What this does is only makes one person benefit, one company benefits out of this. We have the potential to have Start of Air to come in on 25. We have nodes that are also, and then we have, we have Supervisor Kosminski saying that it needs to be near the city. The property owners have the right, if they're in the nodes, to make businesses. But I really find it that it's unbelievable that if you're willing to pass this, you know that you're only doing it for one property owner. You're not doing it because you want to do economic development to bring more companies. You're only doing it for one property owner. I have nothing personal against Bill Christopher. I've known him since I was a teenager. But I will not stay silent and see that that name is going to come in here and influence what can happen to the entire county. Now, the first thing that you say here on here is that exact fiscal impact is unknown. Why not? Why is it not known? Did we get an auditing of what can happen? 20 years is a long time you're willing to lock up, and in 70-30, to me, of course, is not a good deal. But I understand Ignacio has been wanting this, and he wanted it 100%, and you went down and got him to 70%. Do not allow one entire property owner that you're depending on one property owner to make this decision that affects the entire county and not other business nodes. This is appalling to me. It saddens me that you can willing to sell your soul.
Thank you.
On Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, everybody. This is Victor Gomez. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson Gonzalez and Supervisors, this is Victor Gomez with Pinnacle Strategy. First, congratulations, Supervisor Dirksen, your appointment to the board. Certainly look forward to working with you. With that said, I'm here to share with you my support of this item that would allow the Bill Christopher's Hollister Research Campus and others that I have in the queue. This isn't one project. These are multiple to allow us to move forward. So first of all, thank you, Supervisor Kosminski and Tiffany, for your hard work on this via the Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee. I appreciate your hard work on this issue, along with Ray and Dulce. This seems to be a very fair compromise in tax sharing. The county would receive 30% of the tax revenue without having to provide really any services to those industrial and commercial projects that will be annexed into the city of Hollister. Hollister would provide 100% of the services while receiving 70% of the taxes. This seems like a fair balance. As of now, without this agreement, no project can be scheduled to go before LAFCO for annexation, and both jurisdictions will receive 0 in taxes. I have several economic development projects that will be lame ducks here soon if this agreement is not approved. So I urge you to either approve this agreement, or if you have concerns that can be addressed soon, bring this item back in the next few weeks for consideration. Please remember, without this agreement, no new jobs will be created. So I hope we can count on your support. And again, thank you very much for your time.
No other comments.
Okay, let's bring it back to the 3 other supervisors. Now, Supervisor Dirks, did you want to continue with your comment?
I'd like to hear from Peter.
Okay, so Supervisor Hernandez, do you have any comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. I had a feeling you were going to pick me first. So yeah, so no, this is definitely focused on commercial, which is awesome. I love the passion and the energy from the two supervisors on why they believe this is a good thing. I mean, working with the city is definitely monumental. But the hard part is what is the implications of this, right? And that's the hard part, is because you're dealing with basically, and I've sensed that this focus has been around one project. So to a certain extent, I agree with Ms. Salinas on that concern. I mean, at the end of the day, I would say as a business guy, I could be happy about getting something as far as like a grant or something when my business is struggling, or I could actually be the one to generate revenue, right? Which means I need the opportunity. So I just, my concern, and this is what I believe we need to be focused and talking about, is the ability for the county to bring their own commercial projects forward. And I'm just speaking just for the clarity and for the public's interest is, we've had a mayor who's been very strong in advocating against county bringing forward commercial projects. Strada Verde was one of them. He framed it as a large city, as if we were going to be building houses out there. And I personally had strong conversations, even in public on the dais, where I pushed against any sentiment towards housing, because I do agree with him 100% that the residential need to stay within the influence of the city. But commercial is a different animal, and by default, that means, as far as the land needed and the opportunity, you take that off the table of a commercial project, you pretty much hurt the ability to bring projects. I just have a strong sentiment that if we support this, not only because it's 20 years, which is a very long commitment, we are actually going to lose a voice at the table of any commercial project. We're basically going to have to become lobbyists and knock on the door of the city and say, can you please bring a commercial project? And they have little to no reasoning to support a commercial project that the county would bring forward within the county, within the county influence. So I think we need to keep talking about this. I want to come up with an agreement, but this is not the agreement. 50-50 would be awesome. I'd be okay if it wasn't 50-50, but at the end of the day, and that's the pitch, is, well, if you don't do it, then you get nothing. And that's basically the strongest pitch you guys made, and I get it. But are we expecting basically to lose every decision-making process as a county on bringing forward commercial projects? To me, that's the greater threat. That's the most important element, and I don't see how that's going to change. We support this agreement. We basically lose the voice at the table. All projects that would be commercial would be within the control of the city, and we wouldn't have a voice at the table. I honestly recommend we should be shifting gears to focusing on building our own sewage plant, and we have the money to do it. And I know that would take time, but we just need to be able to manage our own course. And it's got to be an interdependent relationship, meaning let's work together with the city. If for some reason they're not willing to work with us, then we shouldn't have an excuse to our own constituency to say, well, we're sorry we couldn't bring a project forward because the city said we couldn't. And that's my biggest concern. One other thing is the split. I'm really concerned about the split, not because of the percentage, but it really doesn't commit to the reality of the cost of that project or what is accrued on the county side. So I feel like there's ambiguity there, which, as a business owner, I like clarity, and I need to, you need to be able to have a certain level of understanding of what's expected with the cost of a project. And we just don't have that with just a simple 70-30 split. It doesn't really tell you much. So for that reason, I honestly recommend definitely the amount of time for this commitment needs to change. The split we could definitely work on, but that's not my biggest focus. I want to know what the city's commitment is on supporting the county and allowing commercial projects, commercial only projects or industrial projects, not houses, but commercial projects within our own ability to manage that. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Dirks?
So as everyone knows, I just got appointed very recently. This seems like a really, and is a really big deal for both the county and the city. I appreciate all of the work that Supervisor Tiffany and Supervisor Kosmicki have done, along with all the staff that have put in time and effort and energy. I feel like personally, I've just scratched the surface of all of this, and I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to the people that I represent by just saying, I'm just going to take everyone's word for it. I'd like a little more time with this. I'm just asking if we could maybe table this until the 23rd, where I can talk to a few more people and in really good conscience have a vote that I can fully stand behind. I would hate to get down the road and say, well, I don't really think about that, and, I thought that was covered. So it is such a big deal, and it is for 20 years, and I really believe in economic development, and I really want to make sure that this is the best way to move forward. It sounds like it is. I mean, 30% is better than zero, that's for sure. And so I feel like it is a really big opportunity. I just want to make sure that I fully understand the ins and outs before, apparently this has been going on for 5 years. You guys have been, bargaining for, 4 to 5 months, and I've been here 11 days. So all I'm asking is that in good conscience for me to represent, my district and really get a handle on where people stand with that I just need maybe 14 more days.
So is that a motion that you're asking for then?
Yes, I suppose I'm motioning to table this until the actual vote until the 23rd of November.
Okay, I could be your second on that motion to table. I personally, if I had to sit and vote on this today, it would be a no. I'm not happy with the terms. And so I would be interested in seconding your motion to table this until the 23rd.
Madam Chair, can I have an opportunity to respond to a couple comments that were made earlier?
Yeah, we're going to try to avoid the back and forth, but we have a first and a second on the table right now, so there's conversation to be had, so go ahead.
Madam Chair, can I just ask, why are we avoiding back and forth? Isn't that like what government is? You debate things?
Yes, however, we sometimes get repetitive, and so we're just trying to keep it in place. So go ahead and ask your question.
And I understand Supervisor Dirks' feelings, and certainly if it takes we've gone this long, if it takes 2 weeks to make the right decision, I certainly can live with that. I do think that timing is critical here. It's been a very long process, but just like any deal, there's a certain, delicateness to it, and I certainly don't want to, miss the opportunity. I just needed to respond to a couple of comments that were made. I just can't leave them out there. Well, first of all, I've been in business before I became a supervisor for over 30 years. I was on the business council and the president of the business council for over 5 years. So, frankly, I know a little bit about business, and I've been a huge proponent of business and commercial development, the revenues and jobs it brings for years, well before I became a supervisor. And I'm frankly a little offended that someone would say that this is all about one project. I mean, that is just not true whatsoever. So this is about, there is a key project that we heard about, but there are so many other projects I can tell you that are out there, and you look at what happened with Amazon. San Benito County, I think we are on the crux of a fair amount of potential business and industrial development coming into our community, and we need to take advantage of it as a county. I also, no one is a bigger proponent or was a bigger proponent of Strata Verde or the commercial nodes. There will still be opportunities, I would hope, that we can take advantage of projects that are well outside and we get 100% with the county. But the fact of the matter is, in the shorter term, there are probably more projects that are going to be well within the, close to city limits, within the sphere of influence, that this would take advantage of. So this is not I assure you, it's not about one project. This has been discussed from well before the idea of a Christopher Ranch or Hollister Research Park ever was even thought of. So anyway, I had to clarify that this is a big deal, much more important than one project. Thank you.
Okay. The reason I'm trying to limit it, because I haven't had a chance to speak, but if you want to go ahead and
No,
address.
I don't have anything to say. I was just trying to allow.
Yeah, like, 'cause I haven't had a chance to speak. I was kind of responding to Supervisor Dirk's concern that she hasn't had enough time. And the reason why I say if we had to vote on this today, I would say no, is 20 years is a significant time. The city manager lobbied me on terms that look like this, so I can't say that there's been much of a compromise, because I've seen these terms before in unofficial capacity. But 20 years, I can't, as the speaker said, I can't bind the county to a 20-year. I could do a 7, maybe a 10. I would love a 50-50, but that's in a perfect world, and I know I'm not gonna get it. But if I have to vote on it as written, it would be a no.
Well, and if I can, Madam Chair.
I'm going to stop the conversations because only because we have a first, we have a second. We've had a little bit of conversation. You guys can reject the motion if you don't want to allow her to table it until the 23rd.
No,
But it's,
I just was going to respond to the comment you made about the term. When this does come back to us, if it comes back to us on the 23rd, and I'll certainly support that. Just know that we can't renegotiate this 70-30, but if it would get this moving forward, if it would make a difference to look at the term, I'm sure we could look at, something less than 20 years. I think that we just felt it's so hard to get to this point. That's why we made it 20 years. But if it would make other supervisors feel more comfortable, I think that Supervisor Kuzmicki and I would be willing to look at something less, but we can talk about that on the 23rd.
that would be appealing to me, because I understand that it's not just one project. I've had individuals reach out to me from the business sector, and I know that there are many projects out there. This is not a one-off. This is the start of many. And the speaker himself, said that he has potential. I picked up on that 500 to 700 job figures. Like, I love that, because we're all talking about jobs and having jobs that'll pay well enough for the individuals to be able to live here and purchase homes here, or at least be able to stay in the community. And so I'm not against economic development at all. I'm really a proponent for it. It's just, I just can't see the 20-year. As I said, in a perfect world, 50-50, but I understand how it can't be. And I do like, and I want to thank you for the post ERAF that it's after that. So that way, the educational funds go to the entities that it needs to get it before the split. So that's a plus, and that's a plus. And also, too, how you said all revenue. I mean, you can't disagree those are awesome terms. So there are some really good things in it, and I understand that we need to have something in place before it can even come to LAFCO. So that idea of it having 30% or nothing, I understand that. But it's just the duration that I can't agree to. So with the discussion as is.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
just one final comment. I know you want to move forward. My big concern is like I said, the choice of the ability for the county to be able to bring forward projects. And one thing that definitely has been a big concern has been all the commercial nodes, which I know, and just again for the record, Supervisor Kuzmicki has been advocating against, and I know the mayor is very much against. So by default, that means we really need to talk about what it means for the city to support county projects. I really believe if we do this contract as is, the county loses its voice in bringing forward those nodes. Those nodes probably will go away without some clarity on that. Those are my final comments.
I don't want to cloud the issue, Ray, but would this agreement jeopardize the potential for the future, the other nodes that have not been developed?
I don't know. The question is will it affect it? I don't think it wouldn't affect it. It probably, if other nodes were developed, we would generate revenue from those nodes.
Okay, provided the county develop it. And since it's in the county property, it wouldn't be subject to
Well,
the
no.
split.
So it depends. So if those nodes eventually got annexed in, then we would leverage that money. If it's in the county, we leverage the entire amount of money. So it's, we don't have a sharing agreement. Let's just say theoretically, the 4 nodes off of 101, that would be the revenue for the county. City of Hollister, this would not be part of that agreement.
And this is only for annex property?
Annex properties.
Okay.
From the county to the
Yes.
city of Hollister.
Oh.
Go ahead, Supervisor
Yes,
Hernandez.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, I know exactly when it comes down to it, if we have a project in the county, but that's assuming we have a sewer as an example to even be able to tap into. So we would, by default, those nodes would need to somehow tap into some source. And if they're close enough, then obviously we would have to ask for permission. And that's my fear is you'd have the city not supporting it, and then we basically don't have nodes because, 20 years basically says is for 20 years the city controls commercial projects within the city annexation process.
I hear what you're saying, but that's kind of not what we're talking about right now. We're just looking at possibly extending it to the 23rd. We can continue this conversation on the
Got it.
23rd. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, but it's just kind of, so then we have a first, a second, we've had some discussion. All in favor of tabling it till the 23rd and possibly coming back with some tweaked terms? All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, so you have a 5-0 to bring it back on November 23rd. Okay, and so that would take us to item number 8.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. This item 8, the item before you, is really a proposed budget adjustment transfer policy. The policy that we have in place, transfer form, it's part of your attachments. I think that, well, during the last 20 years, that has been basically the same policy. It's been unchanged. We've had some recent development changes to our procurement policy, giving the CAO additional authority for purchasing. And this change that we're proposing for the budget transfer policy brings into alignment the two policy, the budget and procurement. In addition, we seized on the opportunity to do a couple of fixes to the transfer form. One was to add inter-object transfers less than $25,000. Those objects, budget objects, are salaries and benefits. That's one object. Services, supplies, a different object. Fixed assets, that's a different object. This basically clarifies the authority to be able to make those inter-object transfers between the CAO's office and the auditor's office. The auditor has always been able to conduct any sort of transfers, intra-object transfers. That's within the budget object. And also, there's an additional category I've referred to as a de minimis fund adjustment transfer. That's for less than $500. Those are, really in accounting. Sometimes you need the convenience of having this ability to be able to fix fund balances that may have been a slight error in processing. And so I'm asking the board if you would consider adopting this new fund transfer policy with these changes. and I'm here for any questions.
Okay, I just had one question for clarification. So there's 3 items, but there's really only, you're changing the form. You're asking as an item 1 to change the authorization to 25,000. It looks like the second one is the department transfer to a 50,000 limit, and then the diminished. Do you want us to handle those all together in one conversation and
Yeah, to
one vote?
basically
That's fine?
adjust this, you know, I submitted the new form with those changes, and
Okay.
basically that's your.
Okay, and I see,
that's
the
policy.
old form and the new form there.
Right.
Okay. Any clarification questions from the board?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So are there examples of something that kind of came up that we had a timing issue on, or I thought this was maybe a couple years ago. I thought the board looked at increasing.
And that's absolutely right. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to match that. So there's been more authority given to the CAO, 50,000. So there's some matching, being more in line with that. I can tell you that, you know, there's a lot of it's a lot of prep work, as you're beginning to probably realize. When you create a staff report, you come in. I mean, there's a lot of work. You got to go back and look at whether the PowerPoint is. Wait a minute, we need to edit that or change this, and besides that, there's even further work behind it. Some of this is just standard cookie cutter housekeeping kind of stuff in some cases, but it's still a lot of work. You got to get it on the agenda. There's agenda review. You go through the process. We have to vet it out. Staff does. And so whenever there's like a $6 item, maybe an inter fund item that needs to be addressed, this is basically housekeeping from the auditor's office. So if I think it was a $6, $7 issue that we can't fix that. It has to come to the board, even if it's that small. And that's the issue. So whenever there's an inter-fund issue or an inter-object item, so an inter-object is within the actual fund itself. So it can be the IT department. Let's say they need to do a purchase or they need to move some money around. It's a small amount of money. They can do that to buy a switch or a piece of hardware, but it's been budgeted. They're not going to go outside of their budget or above what they've been budgeted. So it's more of a housekeeping issue. And then there's other things. I mean, Joe Paul can elaborate further on some of those other things.
Yeah, basically the origin of why this was brought forward to the board for consideration is that there's a CSA that has been dormant for many years, and was, you know, the RMA wants to actually have the CSA eliminated, going through the LAFCO process, except that the requirement is that it could have no debt whatsoever in order to consider that that process. Well, it had $5.71 of a negative balance on it. Well, in order to fix that negative balance, it has to come to the board. But I looked at other funds, and we have there's similar problems, very small amounts. For whatever reason, there's still very small amounts that need to be corrected. And this is the easiest way to correct it because it's the de minimis payment. It doesn't have much value. It's not worth our time even talking about it. And so, therefore, we're asking that, you give the authority to the CAO and to the auditor to agree on that de minimis payment, and to, sign off on a budget transfer. Of course, it's all contingent upon that there's sufficient budget available to make the transfer. And so, those kinds of transfers would always be coming from the general fund.
Just as a follow-up, so when I read it though, basically says application of spending an increase of 25,000 threshold to the current purchasing authority of the CAO. So you're saying, for instance, we're not giving you authority to just spend up to $50,000 on anything you want, are we?
No, this is specific to these issues. So they're basically, it's in line with the authority that was already given to me by the board of my limit. So it's addressing these issues still within my limit. It cannot go over. If it's $50,001, it has to come to your board. I don't have that authority. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's
But as long as it's within the budget, that's what
within
you're
the
saying?
budget, one, within my authority, two, and both the CAO and our auditor,
Yes.
we both concur that we can do that. Now, I may say, you know what, no, this needs to go to the board. Or Joe Paul may say, you know what, we need to take this item to the board. So there's multiple items there.
I guess as an example is, let's just say the remodel of the room came in at $29,000 and $500, and obviously I was against that for
Yeah.
reasons. This would therefore give you the authority to do that then.
Well, I would say that this is more of a cleanup item. You want to have anything to add to that? So right now, I could have done that if I wanted to do that before, but it was $90,000. And I also felt that it was important that the public chimed in on this as well as the board, because this is kind of your house, so to speak. I would not make that change without meeting with the board on that. So, there are things that we've taken that was within my guise. An example was the tourism item. I think it was important that the board hear the item. It was still within my guise. We could have moved forward with that item without taking it to the board. But there are some items that administration, I think, has a pulse on what the board's concerns are. And we do our best to adhere to that, even when it is within the guise of the CAO. So,
I would just, last comment, I would just add, I would feel a little better, and it's not a trust factor here, it's just accounting. If we maybe got, even after the fact, got some sort of a breakdown, and like I know the city of Hollister has done those warrant registers. We don't need every last dollar, but if there's over 25,000, up to 50 or something like that, I would feel better from the public perception standpoint.
Well, we bring quarterly reports to your board.